Good morning, good evening, whatever it is. Welcome on board. We are live to 3 different platforms. What's going on, PDF? Claudia, we are streaming to Facebook, YouTube, and Periscope. And normally I don't go live at this time of the night, but I figured I would do it tonight. There's the link. Click on that link and follow directions, enable your mic, enable your camera, and you can be right up here on the panel talking with me. PDF, get your behind up here. What's going on, Nola D? West Virginia. How you guys doing? And yes, I am in Florida at the hotel. So excuse the background. What's going on, PDF?
What's up? What's happening?
Not too much.
Oh, I'm Dexter now.
Yeah, I saw that. What's going on, Too Tall?
Hey, Jeremiah, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. Just enjoying life.
I was out walking this morning.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I went down to the water.
Yeah.
It would have been awesome.
The river. How's that song go? Take me to the river, dunk me in the water.
I'm not even sure.
You don't know that song?
Hell no.
Man, you are young, ain't you?
Oh, Lord.
I can't believe you don't know that song.
What's going on, Becky?
Hey.
Hello, Becky.
Hello.
How you doing?
Hello from Florida? Swanee
No.
County?
No, Ontario.
Ontario, Canada.
Ontario.
No, I said that wrong. I said that wrong. It's Ontario, Canada, eh?
Yeah. Yeah.
One of them flipping Canadians, huh? How you doing, Becky?
Good.
Yeah.
We're just out here enjoying life. Did you see the title? Did you guys see the title of the video? It's called No Drama. It's called No Drama, No Peace. No Drama, N-O, and then No Peace, K-N-O-W.
Does that include no piece of apple pie with cheddar cheese on it?
Like no peace. Like to know peace.
Exactly. But Too Tall, that's only if you give me some of that stuff.
Jeremiah,
Yes, ma'am.
do you still talk to the people from the show you were on?
I talked to some of them.
Okay. That's where I first seen you, is on there.
Yeah, that's been a while ago.
Yeah.
You know what?
And then I just followed.
Zombie,
then I just kept following you on Facebook.
Zombie, just because you use the Walking Dead symbol, should I let you up? Or not symbol, the name.
Hey, if PDF could change his name, I figured I could for a little bit.
Walking Dead.
Trust me, I know.
Because I feel like I'm Walking Dead because I can't find a fucking place to deliver food.
They're hiding from you, man.
No, and I want the delivery service. For some reason, tells me that my credit card is not is being declined.
Is that with DoorDash?
Huh?
Is that with DoorDash?
No, Grubhub.
Grubhub? Because mine did that too with DoorDash, and it lasted for almost a week. I couldn't do anything. And the bank said there's absolutely nothing wrong with the card. And I also asked DoorDash, and they said that they see no problems, and it lasted almost a week, and then it started working again.
Yeah, and I called Grubhub, and they're telling me I have to wait to talk to their blocked account services for some reason.
Oh wow! Oh, and by the way,
And I just placed an order 5 days ago.
in case you guys didn't notice, if you look on your screen, which I know you got all of the others know, but Becky doesn't probably. On your screen it says live chat. If you click that, you can see all the comments in the chat, and then it'll show you we are streaming to Periscope, Facebook, and YouTube right now.
Okay.
So it'll tell you what platform the comments are coming from. Let's see, .com in here, Karen, Dorothy, Tina, Ann Davis, Grim Reaper, John. Thanks for coming in here, Noli. There's a whole bunch of them.
So where are you, Jeremiah?
I am in Sarasota, Florida.
Nice.
Why the flip are you there?
Sitting around doing a whole bunch of nothing except for enjoying the sunshine and being lazy.
Time to come back here.
Oh shit! What did I do?
What, back to Washington?
Uh-huh.
Oh, she bumped herself out somehow.
She hit the wrong button.
Uh-oh.
Why would you want to leave Florida? We only got 2 times a day here. We got daytime and nighttime. That's it.
And then
Is
summer.
this microphone good now? Test 2, 3, 4. Test.
Sounds good to me.
Go.
Good here.
Oh, we got another person from Sarasota in here. We got Kim Struck Odell. Hi from Sarasota. I am in Sarasota as well. Oh boy, what's going on, Sylvia? AK lady. By the way, Sylvia, we need to get back to work.
What is that?
What? Work?
Work. That's a
Bad word.
a bad 4-letter word. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Bad 4-letter word.
Naughty words that violate the community guidelines saying them naughty words.
And that link is for anybody who wants to come up here. We can have 6 people up here at a time.
That's including you, right?
Yep.
Too Tall looks like Sid from Duck Dynasty.
Oh my God, here we go.
50 cents in the bucket. 50 cents in the bucket. Gotta pay.
Put it in for her, Too Tall. Put it in for her.
What?
I like this. I like this girl already.
I'm already saving gas money for my next trip to Janet's kitchen.
Hey,
We're gonna
AK
do
lady.
both.
You should come to Seattle, Too Tall.
AK
Come
lady,
to where?
what do we have for dinner?
To Washington State, Seattle.
Why?
To try rec shops.
It gets cold up there, though.
Too Tall, let me explain something to you. Washington State is a legal state. They have these shops on every corner, but the rain that they get there is not worth it. Just so.
It's not that bad. The rain is not that bad.
Yeah, bullshit.
I was gonna say last time I was up that way, it took me about 7 months to shake that pneumonia.
Uh-oh. Was that a party foul, too tall?
I think my next trip to Denver, I'm making a biscuit or not the bit, pulled pork,
What's going on, Sarah?
barbecue style.
And that you have to find a good fat little piggy to roast first.
So we got 2 of them in the smokehouse now. We just butchered 2 of them back this winter.
Megan, I see you back there. Just give me a second because only 6 of us can be up here. So just stay right there. I'll get you up here in a second. What's going on, Sarah?
Hey, put me down in the basement, dude. Put me down in the basement. You put me down.
Just stay in the basement then.
All right.
Hey, you want to be put down? He said he wants to be put down.
What's going on, Megan?
Should have gave Farmer a bucket and a mop. It could use some sweeping and cleaning back there.
How's Megan and Sarah doing?
They're quiet.
Quiet times.
Megan's
Megan's
muted, and Sarah, I don't know if she's even here. All I see is a black square.
I think she's having a smoke. I seen the light of a. Can't even
Because my
speak.
dad's sleeping and I don't want to wake his ass
Oh,
Oh, she disappeared.
Yeah.
so
So
Sarah,
I guess PDF could come back up here.
Sarah was up here, and then another Sarah came up with the same profile and everything. So I'm guessing she got booted or something. I want to see this right here. Okay, let's try this again. Hang on, PDF.
No yawning, Megan.
Can you hear us now, Sarah?
Yep.
There we go. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Getting some sleep or just waking up?
No, we're in California, so it's just now getting dark here.
Oh wow.
It's 8:43 Seattle and California time.
I keep forgetting that. You know what? Whenever we flew down here from Portland, Oregon, I stayed up all night, and then we flew out early the next morning. And then that night, I was already ready to sleep and be on the East Coast time. That's how you
It's
do
almost
it.
12 o'clock in Ontario.
It is.
It's what?
It's almost 12 o'clock in Ontario.
It's 11:43 here. My day is halfway through.
Oh, 11:43 here, yeah. So
Hey, Jeremy.
at night.
Yes. What's up, dude?
While I was in Denver, me and some of the crew did a review of the best apple fritters in Denver, and there's a picture of one for you guys.
You mean your profile photo?
The apple fritter.
Oh my goodness. I'll take
It
that.
looks kind of thin. It looks kind of thin.
Oh no, there was one that was thinner. It got 16 thumbs down.
So I'm going to be switching some of you guys around because there's more people in the basement. So actually, hang on. Candace, you need to connect your microphone and camera. Otherwise, it will not allow me to put you up here.
Megan, where are you located? Oh,
What's that?
what the heck has happened?
What do you mean?
Everybody just kind of flashed.
You got the ghost in your phone.
No,
Megan,
it flashed on mine.
where you located, Megan?
Pennsylvania.
Ah,
Yeah, I feel bad.
Right close to Penn State.
Oh God, let's not talk about Penn State. I hate that place. I went partying there once and never again.
You know, the best college football team.
We're not talking about the football team. We're talking about the place to go party. Penn State is the place where it's nothing but kids that have rich parents and they get paid for everything is paid for, and they think they're better. They have every single one of them has a better than thou attitude. So nope, never again. Just being honest
You
with
know,
you.
the state that has the shittiest governor ever.
11:45, Dakota.
Very much.
You let her
And
stay.
everybody says their governor's a piece of shit.
Thought we were.
Wolf is
So-
a piece
so-
of shit.
He actually is. I will agree.
And Jay Inslee's a piece of shit here in Washington State.
Too bad
Good
Trump
talk.
can't get rid of all of them.
So, just hang tight. I'm gonna put you in the basement for a second.
Hooey!
PDF.
Yeah.
I figured you might want to get up in on this because you got somebody up here who hates the Pennsylvania governor, same as you.
I think their senator's actually worse than their governor.
Yeah, but how many of them voted up and became governor nuisance?
That's a good
Does
point.
she know about her senator?
I've been
know.
here my whole life. I hate it here.
Move to Washington.
Oh, good God, no.
Too much rain in Washington.
Everywhere in country is better than a fucking state like that. Only reason why I'm still here is because it's country area.
Oh God.
Well, there's country area in Washington State, and it's called like Ponderay County.
Why are you trying to get people to come out to Washington State when that state has one of the highest suicide rates because of the weather? Come on.
It does
Nothing
not.
but rain. Rain and humidity. No, thank you. Pass.
Don't come to Florida. We're full.
All our fairs are not happening. Everything is like canceled for us.
I heard PDF. You're getting kicked out.
What?
Yeah, there I go again.
You're getting sent to South Dakota.
PDF got kicked out of Pennsylvania. I get kicked out of Florida.
I don't think I'm leaving Florida, man. I've been here so long. Can't see no reason.
Yeah, I heard you're getting kicked out and going to South Dakota.
They
Brian
wouldn't like
said,
me.
"Come on, Jeremiah. Look what Brian said." No.
Where is he here? Where's he here in Washington?
Yeah, I believe so. Oh my. Raylene said, I just left Orlando and moved to Ohio. Ohio's a good place to be from, but not at.
I don't think his mic is working very well.
Who's Mike? Mine?
No, yours is working fine, Jeremiah.
Oh.
I can't.
Who's
Hope
Mike?
she gets some winter clothes up in Ohio because she probably don't have none down here.
Whose mic ain't
Whoever
working
was
well?
just talking.
Dexter, PDF,
What's that? Yeah.
and
No.
I think your microphone might be acting up. They say either that or they just can't hear you well because it seems okay to me.
I can hear.
It just
Might
seems like his volume's really low or like he's in a tunnel.
Oh, yeah. I
Did
noticed
you
that.
just say in a tunnel?
Yeah, sounds like he's in a tunnel.
I'm way down south on the Swanee River.
There you go.
We don't have no signal
Way
here.
down
I got
on
a
the
tin can
Swanee
with a
River, far,
Oh, it's his
far
internet
away.
connection.
Oh, boy. Where are you at? I am going to move The Walking Dead into the basement for a second. Okay.
Okay.
Welcome back, Too Tall.
Can't find it? No, I can't find it. Can I use yours?
But for those of you who haven't seen it yet, go check out the videos we did about adoption if you're interested in any of that. We do those at least once a week. They're on the channel.
So, Jeremiah, with this COVID thing, how's that going? And a lot of state fairs getting canceled. How's that going to affect your donut business?
I don't do the donuts at the fairs and festivals anymore.
Oh.
There's another guy who's doing it.
And who doesn't know yet? They still haven't made up their mind yet
Yeah.
whether they're going to cancel the major fairs up the East Coast. He's still waiting in limbo. So.
Well, I know a lot of the Pennsylvania ones got canceled already.
Well, aren't you lucky?
Well, they're talking about for ours here in California, they're not going to have any of the rides, any of the fairway games. No, it's just going to be all about the animals, and that's it. No concerts, no nothing.
But they're still gonna have it.
They're talking about it just for the livestock show part.
That's
They're not going to make
bullshit.
no
It's not
money
fair.
either.
No, they're not.
Well, you can definitely tell our governor's pretty fucking crazy then.
Very much.
Yes.
But I'm not sure if it's worse there or in California.
It sucks.
Lee said, "Where is Mary? Can you call her up and get her on here?" Probably not.
It's not gonna keep people away from like the creek and the parks and everything else. A lot of people are going fishing right now.
Oh, the lake. There's a lake not far from the house here, and I seen pictures of it today, dude, and it was packed.
Yeah, everybody
Everybody-
fishing and stuff because there's nothing else to do.
Everyone has their opinion on all of that stuff. I have my own opinion. I'll just shut my mouth on it because some people don't like my opinion.
No, that's why we live in a free country, Jeremiah. State your opinion. Everybody's entitled to it.
Some people don't like.
We should live in a free country, but I guess.
See, here's the thing. People say, say how you feel, but when you do, then they think you're the biggest piece of shit ever. If you know what I mean.
I do.
Uh-huh.
So Jane said in Indiana, actually I'll put it up here. They're having the fair and
I love bigs and bunches.
Do what? Oh yeah, Nola D, I know her. What's going on, Adam? No, it's just my opinion on this coronavirus crap. It's all just.
It sucks.
It's all just a bunch of bullshit. Yeah, I believe it's real, but it's not. It's not as bad as they're making it out to be. Back in 2009, I believe it was.
Yeah,
swine
I'm on my
flu.
live.
States right next to New York.
Huh?
Back in
I'm talking to
2009,
people right now.
for the swine flu, was it 890,000 got infected? Almost 300,000 died, and nothing got shut down. Now shut down. Come on. Yes.
Well, if you think about it, there's always every time that we have an election, presidential election, there's some big crisis that happens.
What's going
Oh,
on?
absolutely.
Hey, Brian.
How you doing, Brian?
All right.
CC, you know where your headphones are?
I'm just listening to y'all talk about how boring this summer's going to be.
Yes, Star, that is correct. It is media-driven bullshit, yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Jeremy.
Yes?
Yeah, I got a little bit of breaking news I'd like to share.
Okay.
There's a little video clip of a few minutes. It's my video, but that's okay. I'd like to share it, if that'd be all right.
What is it about? Because I'm not just streaming to YouTube. I'm streaming to my fan page and Periscope as well now.
Well, this is some video from Janet's Kitchen.
Okay.
There was a big announcement over at Janet's Kitchen this weekend that somebody came all the way from Kansas to make biscuits and gravy. That was me. But I also donated my favorite T-shirt.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I saw that. Too tall. Do you want me to be honest with that?
Yes.
Not to be rude, but, only about 10 people know exactly what you're talking about. The rest of them are all from my Facebook fan page right now.
Yeah. Well, I just if they would know about Janet's Kitchen, and there is a raffle for that T-shirt.
Okay.
Janet's Kitchen will be handling that, and that lady's been feeding the homeless for 7 years down there in Denver.
In Denver, yes.
And anything we can do to help this mission would be greatly appreciated from me, myself, and those of Denver, the streets. You talk about a straight up good cause. I can't wait to get back out there next month. I'm going to be making my Gates style pulled pork sandwiches and some rice and beans for the homeless. So you guys hear I'm going to Denver next time, grab a flight, come and get a plate.
Down in Denver. I'm reading the chat here.
But here, I'll just grab that link. I'll
See,
grab
this right
that.
here. This right here is exactly what I'm talking about. There was a New York nurse on news saying there was a car accident that was fatal and they counted it as a COVID death, and it wasn't. Exactly. I know a few people that have passed away and it was not from COVID, and they turn around and say it was from COVID. See, that's what they do. That's what they do to put fear into people's minds. It's just the way it is.
Well, not only that, every documented case of COVID, the government gets money on. Most of the people who are dying have secondary illnesses going on with them, like heart disease, diabetes, and other things.
Yep.
That COVID's weakening them, and they're blaming it on COVID.
Everybody is all for this vaccine that they're working on, right? Well, who's the number one person behind the vaccine? Bill Gates. What is the number one thing Bill Gates talks about? Human depopulation. Look at when he came out with
Your
the vaccine.
mic's still not working.
Mine? Can everybody else hear me?
No.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
I can't.
So sometimes it'll do that in one corner. One second here. Let me shuffle people around. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
I couldn't hear
Megan
Sam. I
can't.
could hear you.
Okay, so sometimes it'll do that with one person. Normally ends up being the one right below in the bottom left corner. And that one's normally has a problem. But now I forgot what I was talking about.
COVID, Bill Gates.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So for the people who are all the people that are for this vaccine, Bill Gates is behind it. Look at all the people that died over in Africa with that vaccine that he came out with over there, right? There's absolutely no way in hell that I'll take a vaccine shot. If they want to make it mandatory, they're gonna have to inject it into my dead body, because it's not ever gonna happen with me. Absolutely not.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not.
And a vaccine is like a little bit of the virus.
And PDF, which is he was up there earlier. you know, vaccines, if you look at vaccines, they all have a little bit of metal in it. And PDF talks about this. Pretty much any vaccine has tiny bits of metal in it, right? Now they're coming out with the 5G, okay? The 5G antennas do not point up in the air the way they're supposed to. They point them down the street. Why is that? 5G is what they use also in the military as a weapon, right? So that can be used as a microwave thing, right? So if they turn that on and put the metal in your body, what's going to happen? Have you ever tried to put metal into a microwave? Doesn't work.
Yeah, I didn't think about it like that. That's a good one.
Who's dying on us?
That's my mother-in-law.
I hear you.
Is she
Hey.
getting wind
I'm
of
sorry.
my secondhand smoke?
Too tall. You're
Um,
normally the one that. You're normally the one that's.
We're in
coughing.
California, completely legal state here, and so yeah, it's medication time.
It's still medication time here in Kansas.
I only see half of Megan.
If you go
What?
in the front
Is it 'cause
room,
you
it
wanna
still
see more?
says 4:20 on the clock.
Hey, that's a good
It's
question.
always 420 somewhere.
There's something for you, Too Tall, on the screen.
What's that?
They're asking what
There
you're
we
smoking.
go.
Hey, Jeremy, look over here. What?
No, somebody asked what you're smoking.
Well, that's a silly question. Oh, wow. Was
But
that
not
social
everybody-
graces? Was that an
But not-
exercise in social graces?
But see, Too Tall, not everybody knows you.
Well, to know me is to love me or to hate me. You will decide.
Let's just put it this way.
You
Too Tall's not,
can either hate me for who I am or love me for what I eat.
let's just put it this way. Too Tall is not smoking a cigarette.
Cig a weed, cig a weed.
The wacky
no.
tobacco.
Noli, what in the heck do you want now? Jesus
Does that
Christ.
look any good?
What do you want, Noli? Don't make me
Hold
come
on.
after you.
I think
no,
just
I
me
get-
and Tall are the only ones smoking at the moment.
I don't smoke it in the house.
Ah,
We have The Walking Dead in the basement. I'm going to bring The Walking Dead up in a second.
yeah,
Dude,
we don't either. We're on the back patio.
Say hi to Naomi. What's going on, Naomi?
Hey, Naomi.
I haven't really seen a comment from Naomi, but the devil's lettuce.
Devil lettuce.
I like devil
Well, if it's the
salad.
devil's
I like
lettuce,
deviled
I was gonna say if
eggs.
it's
Do what?
I
deviled
like
ham.
deviled eggs. I like deviled ham. Let's see. There's devil's food cake.
Brownie.
There's no such thing as devil brownies.
It is when you put your butter in it.
I'll tell you what.
The old
My brownies
man
have
just said
become
devil
internet famous. My brownies
So-
have become internet famous.
yeah. The old man just said he goes deviled brownies. I looked at him. I said, "There's no such thing as deviled brownies," and he goes, "It is when you put your butter in it."
Your hair's long,
Oh, yeah.
Megan.
Yeah. I need it
Oh.
cut.
Holy crap.
It's all natural.
Oh,
Oh,
Somebody asked what is
Never
deviled
dyed it
ham.
either.
pardon?
yeah.
I've never
Um,
dyed my hair
Oh.
ever.
You've never dyed your
Okay.
hair?
Nope.
My hair last week was the same color as Brian's inside of his hat.
I can't dye my hair because it can ruin it. My sister did, and she kind of ruined her color.
I've been dyeing my hair since I was 12 and I'm 42.
I'm strawberry blonde hair, so I don't want to ruin it.
Don't
Yeah.
change a thing, Megan.
No.
Don't change a thing. If I
Hey,
were a
Jeremiah.
younger man, you'd be running.
Jeremiah.
Yes.
Since
I
you've been
had
down
plenty.
in Florida, have you had any fuzzy
I've
peaches
had
yet?
plenty in my day.
No, not
What
yet.
did you say, Brian?
Hey, let's not worry about what Brian said. I'll mute his ass.
You've had 20. Would you care for 21?
No, I've had plenty.
Oh,
And by the way, I keep posting the link
Too
for
many to
anybody who
count.
wants to come up here. So,
Your face is as red as your hair, Megan.
now,
That's why she kept hiding under the blanket.
I know. And now her hair.
so I am going to bring The Walking Dead. As much as I hate that stupid show, I'll bring The Walking Dead up here. But I'm gonna have to put somebody in the basement. So who wants to go down to the basement?
Hey,
I'm supposed to be up really early for work and I can't sleep.
Who wants to offer to go to the basement right now?
For how long?
flip a coin.
I promise it's not dark down there.
You can put me down in the basement. I'm gonna go roll a joint.
There's a broom and a dustpan in the corner if you want to get the cobwebs.
I will. If you stay in the basement, then I'll bring you up. Then.
All right, works for me.
All right, sounds good. Now we're gonna have to bring up the most. I don't know, the worst show ever. Jeez.
I just started
Walking
watching
Dead.
it and I don't like it.
The Walking Dead.
Don't like what?
It's not.
Walking
It's not
Dead.
the worst show ever.
I won't watch it anymore.
Hey, you didn't. You never saw Z
I saw
Nation.
Jeffrey Dean Morgan. thought
I
he was
like
sexy,
Z
but I'm not
Nation, but I don't like Walking Dead.
Oh, that's a good shot right there with that light behind your head, Daz.
Oh, I missed PDF.
Got them walrus whiskers in your nose and that light behind your head, man. That's a cool shot there.
Who are you talking to, Tall?
I'm talking to you, Daz. I said, with that light on the ceiling behind your head and your walrus mustache.
He's flirting with you.
Nah. I was actually I was actually thinking about what Too Tall said about Megan.
Let's not pick on Megan.
Now, who's picking on Megan? She's cute with the red hair. Gingers are always great. Gingers are always great.
Talking about gingers.
You should read articles on them too.
They could be evil.
All the articles I've seen
But
on Reddit.
but it's worth the risk. It's worth the risk.
Talking about ginger.
I don't read the articles.
Talking
I'll
about
beg
ginger.
my pardon already, but
Jesus Christ,
all the
shut hell up.
articles I've seen on Redheads didn't have any print in the pages, just pictures.
Talking about ginger.
And I'm thinking of one question to ask.
Jeremiah wants to talk.
Jesus Christ.
I think Jeremiah I didn't shut him up. I didn't shut Jeremiah up.
Okay, I do have the option to mute if I want to, like this.
But I did help you.
I
Thank
actually
you.
would have met Jeremiah if he would have went to Grange Fair this past year.
Talking about gingers, there's a kid on YouTube.
Yeah. Your
the
stand
Angry
was
Ginger.
there, but you weren't.
Exactly.
Nowhere to be found.
But the Angry Ginger on YouTube, which he goes now by the
I
name
was
of
like,
Copper Cap.
Grange Fair is the best fair. Why didn't you go?
Megan, can you hear me?
No.
What?
Jeremiah's
I can
trying
hear
to
you.
talk and you can't hear him.
Give me 1 second here.
Oop.
Hey, Jeremy, you're making me dizzy, buddy.
Can you hear me now?
The room is spinning.
I don't think. Can you hear him, Megan?
Okay, now
A little bit.
I was on top of Megan. Now I'm next to her.
Talking about gingers. There's a kid that he used to go by the name of the Angry Ginger on YouTube. He got his own TV show.
That's bad.
And he's now on YouTube as Copper Cab. If you haven't checked him out, make sure you go check him out. The guy's crazy. He puts on a good show. So now,
Wonder
You
if the
guys-
headset is the problem.
no, it's yours.
No.
It's yours. You're the only one that has a problem hearing me.
Is that a hotel lobby computer?
Mhm.
Hotel.
You remember Amy? Amy, Jason's wife. Yeah.
Hey,
But,
hotel's bigger than a trailer that I live in.
What happened? She tripped over a water hose and went through a window. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize I was back on.
Do this.
Hi, Alan.
You caught me. I'm making up my burrito from Taco Bell.
Taco hell.
Taco love.
No.
Actually, I had Taco Bell earlier.
Man, I have a problem every time I go there. I swear. Now it's got to the point where I just tell them, give me the ingredients, and I'll make it myself.
And let me guess, Megan can't hear me again.
Megan, can you hear Jeremiah?
Probably not.
No.
So she's gonna have to jump off.
There is
and
something
come
called
back
a chat room. Ever heard of it?
Ooh, sassy.
Did you say Megan's gonna have to get off and then get back on?
Yes. That fixes it sometimes.
Brian, you're
I
bad.
think Jeremiah's saying, yeah, that's right. Get off and on.
No. And if she goes,
Where in the world did this conversation go while I was gone rolling?
Brian
Well, see, when
started.
Jeremiah brings me into a conversation, it usually goes south quick.
I can put you. I can take you south, Brian. Like that. I just took him south.
Is he in the basement?
Don't do that.
Listen,
How you guys doing tonight?
we are doing fine and dandy. Fine and dandy. But here's the thing. There's people that are in the basement. There's people that are still coming up, that still want to come up. So I'm gonna have to keep rotating everyone.
That mic isn't that great. I don't know why I can't hear.
Megan, I think it's your phone.
It has
probably
to be
is my
'cause-
phone.
Megan, I think everybody else is hearing him just fine.
Yeah.
He said what you might want to do is go out and come back in.
Okay.
But I'm gonna have to keep switching people around. I know people want to come up here and sit up here for the entire thing, which is not going to be possible as long as we have people coming in and out on the panel, because we are streaming to 3 different platforms tonight instead of just YouTube. So
Yeah, I was trying to get on your adoption one the other day, but
yeah, we that one we actually had we had it where people were set up in advance for that for the most part, and then we brought the one up on top to the panel because we wanted to see how she was doing because she was on the week before. As far as yours, Ellen, we are going to do one. We are going to do one with you, and it is pretty much going to be just strictly an episode with you and about 2 other people.
I'd just like to share my input to see if anybody else is kind of feeling the same way about things.
Do what?
Can you hear Jeremiah now, Megan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Shut up.
Let me guess. Let me guess. It's an iPhone. That's why.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ooh.
That's a good guess.
Boo!
So, get an Android.
Get an Android.
No.
Definitely get an Android.
Not when my mom pays for it.
She probably
Well,
has an Android.
I'm sure she'd pay for an Android if you wanted one.
I'm sure she'd probably much rather afford one of those.
Did you know that iPhones are from hell?
Yes, they are.
They are. If you know anything, let's put it this way: if you believe in the Bible, then you know how Adam and Eve, how Eve took a bite out of the apple,
Yeah.
and that apple was evil. Now look at the bite taken out of the apple on the back of your phone. Yep, you can't deny it.
Well, I do believe women are evil sometimes. So I believe that. The women love iPhones. So there's.
I don't.
No, I'm a woman and I can't stand iPhones.
Either can I. I have a Samsung S10.
Yeah, I got the.
I have the S10 Plus.
I have an
I have
8
the
Plus.
S10e.
Galaxy
that's
Note
kind
9.
of that's just kind of the low end of the 10 line, but it's still Android,
care.
so that's a plus. That's still a plus. That's what I'm saying.
Aren't you guys just a shit?
Sarah, I have a question.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm getting married in 12 days.
Congratulations.
With this COVID, and I don't know how to put my hair.
You married to COVID?
You got long or short hair?
It's in a bun, but it's so down to here, I guess. And
Do
I'm wearing
long soft hair.
I was gonna.
You wearing a veil?
A veil and a tiara.
Do half up with barrel curls, where the top part and the sides are pulled back, and then the back and is down with barrel curls.
And then two on the side right here coming down.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Grim Reaper, thanks for coming in.
How you doing, Zombie?
I'm doing good.
Yeah, I can only have 5 people at the ceremony.
Well, I was married for almost 20 years, and nope, never doing that one again.
Well, it's the guy that I'm with. It's his first wedding, my second. But
no, once was enough.
So who set the limit of 5 people?
The government.
The government.
Ignore them.
But the
Ignore 'em.
pastor told me to have 6. I can have 6.
Ignore them.
And a lot of times, I was with whoever the officiant is, they won't come and do the service if. Sorry, she's dying.
Where you at, Becky?
Ontario, Canada.
Oh shoot! If you come down to Washington State, I'll perform the ceremony with no matter how many people you can have.
Or you can have him do
ordained.
it online.
I don't know if I could do that. And that
Well, I
being
already
that
paid
she's
for
up
the
in Canada.
I already paid for the minister and.
Okay, so I have somebody else in the basement, so one of you guys has to be dropped down. Who's going to raise their hand?
I just came up from the bottom.
Yeah, I know
Alan
you
said
did.
you can because he's eating. Yeah, so they told me that I can have 5, and then I messaged him yesterday and asked if I can have 6 because I need somebody to walk me down the aisle. And he said, yeah, 6. And then after he leaves, 5 more people are coming just
for
to
God's sake.
get together to have 10.
Brian, hang on.
Being that I'm a U.S. citizen, not from Canada, I have no idea what
Your
the
microphone,
rules are up there.
Your microphone is very annoying.
Yeah, someone's
Yeah,
got
it's
a lot of
very,
static on their mic.
So if you're not talking, Brian, you need to have it muted.
There's someone reading. Sounds like someone's enjoying some corn chips.
Can you hear me, Brian?
So we're just gonna have 6 at the ceremony, and then 10 after, and then after this COVID's done, we're gonna have a big giant bash.
That's cool.
And we're gonna do our wedding on Zoom.
Brian, I don't know if Brian can hear me, but can somebody ask me if he can hear me?
Brian, can you hear Jeremiah? He's not answering to anybody.
Yeah. No answer, no response.
You can't
Hey,
hear us?
Brian, can you hear?
Everyone sounds scratchy and cutting in and out.
Yeah, I can't even
Brian,
hear
can you hear Jeremiah?
Brian, can you hear me? No, he can't. His mic is horrible.
Yeah.
Dude, it sounded like he was chewing a cud or something.
Speaking about chewing a cud.
YouTube watcher says, start it from the bottom, now we hear it. No, it's started from the buggy, now we hear.
That's right.
You got that wrong.
Did anybody do anything for Memorial Day?
Barbecue.
Yeah. Slept.
Didn't know it was Memorial Day.
Oh, you got you.
Well, considering you're in Canada.
Yeah.
Yep.
You threw me for a loop for a second. I was about to say, like, everything America is American right now.
I'm in Canada.
It's still part of America, North America.
That is correct.
We could always the United States could all kind of annex into Canada.
Yeah,
might be better.
I'm down.
I don't see that happening.
Nah, I don't either.
We don't need Trudeau.
Nah.
But I will say
and they don't
this,
need, and they don't need Trump either.
People during all this.
What did you say, Sarah?
I said Canada was the first to step up and take care of their people during all this.
Yeah.
I mean, our own president makes everybody around him wear a mask, but he refuses, but expects everybody else to.
Yeah.
What was that
And
about?
by the way,
Politics, religion.
I can't wear a mask, and the other day because of medical condition, and I was kicked out of a store, and I tried to, because they were saying that the health department made a rule and that kind of stuff, and I tried to show them that there was a clause that says people with medical conditions don't have to wear a mask, and they wouldn't. They called the cops, and the cops trespassed me, even though I had already left the property.
Well,
Wow.
they usually don't call the cops unless you created controversy or some type of issue.
And I was trying to show them. I wasn't going to leave because I tried to show them the statute from the health department that says you don't have to wear it. But
If you didn't create an outburst, they shouldn't even had the police called or anything. You should have just been able to walk in anyway. They can't do anything with medical issues. If you have it, you can go through. That's what we've been doing here.
yeah, they didn't care. I'm working on a ADA also disability a lawsuit against them because it's a medical condition.
Yeah, I had the exact opposite thing happen to me. I went to Family Dollar to pick up some paper plates because I forgot. My daughter's birthday was today, but we celebrated it yesterday, so we could have two parties, And I went yesterday to go pick up paper plates from Family Dollar, and I walked in and I got a full mask. It's top to bottom full mask. It irritates the back of my ears, so I don't wear the little half masks. And I walked in, and the girl was like, "Hey, you can't have a mask on in here." I'm like, "Do you know we're in COVID right now?" And she was like, "It's illegal to enter a store anywhere in the world." I'm like, "How old are you?" Because that's not true. And she was like, if you don't take your mask off, we have to call the police, and you have to leave. I'm like, do you call the police or do you just ask me to leave? And then she was like, and I was like, "Can I speak to your manager?" And then her manager was standing right next to her. I'm like, "Is this a policy?" I was like, did I miss a sign on the door that says you can't wear a mask? And she was like, you should know that. You're old enough to know that. That's the law. I'm like, you do realize you should be wearing masks. They didn't even have masks on. I was like, you do realize you're supposed to have masks on, mandatory, right? And she said, that's illegal. I'm like, no, lady, it's not illegal. Call the cops. They might kick you out of your own store. Call the cops. I dare you.
What state are you in?
Ohio.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with the state. It has nothing to do with it. It was
You
just
should have reported them, because if CDC said, or the doctors, if it said that they are required mandatory masks in the building, they can get in serious trouble.
I would have said, okay, no mask, okay, fine, and I would have taken it off.
You know what? I might just go ahead and do that because these girls were crazy. This one comes at me, she starts with, so I'm kind of a smart ass. So like, pretend this is my mask that I had on, right? Pretend this is the mask I had on. And she comes with like one of those little face masks, the little half masks that cover your nose and mouth. So I was like, all right, fine. If it's new, I'll put it on. So I put it on, and then I pulled my mask up just above my eyes, so they still could only see this much. She just gave me a dirty look. She couldn't make me leave. But yeah, I might go ahead and report them because I bet you they can pull up video footage and it shows none of them wearing masks whatsoever.
Unless they delete it.
Alan, I would have just taken off the mask and done your business.
They can't delete it. They would have it in the security room.
I'm a hardhead.
There's a security room with cameras, and that's probably if it was a grocery store.
Usually in the manager's office too.
Yeah.
Well,
but
I mean,
I'm saying the cameras are not always correct and depends on where the camera was. I know
but they
there's
can
been situations
but
here.
If he talked to the manager, then the manager could go in and only delete when he was there, and then it wouldn't show anything.
Well, I mean, that's on
They can't do that.
They can't, but they could.
The key code for that. It's the owners, either the owners or the regional.
But that security video will show the gap between point A and point B.
Yeah, because they're date and time stamped.
Yeah,
and there'll be a big chunk missing.
But yeah, man, it was just a store. I think it was the young dumb girls that didn't know what they were talking about.
I have to address.
What's up, Jeremiah?
What's up, Jeremiah?
I have to address somebody in the chat. Star Mama said, I want to get on panel so bad, but I'm shy. When you come up and you're in the back room, before I add you up, it will say you're backstage. You have to have your camera on in order for me to see you, so I know that you're actually not some troll.
Weirdo.
Okay. Once you come up on panel,
it's too late. The weirdos are already here.
Talk for yourself.
Once you come
Me,
up on
Megan,
panel,
and Sarah, we're cool.
once you come up on panel, you can turn your camera on. You don't have to have your camera on. I do have one person backstage. I have to bring him up. Zach and Jamie said, are there a bunch of people in line for the panel? Right now, there's only one. I am going to have to start dropping people so more people can get up here. So get your nose away from this.
Yeah.
Brian.
Yeah, the police showed up and were trespassing me, and that when I was already across the street from business.
Do what?
You're gonna break my heart.
Why?
Don't leave. I don't want to leave.
Who, me?
No, I'm saying don't make me leave.
Oh.
But we all have to take turns, Megan. Aww.
Not received.
Now she's not going to be able to hear you.
Yes, you will.
Now I'm below him.
Oh, you're Jeremiah is above you.
I have so many bad thoughts, and I just keep them to myself.
I'm trying to keep my mouth shut too.
Question: who was on the panel first?
You?
No.
Got to go, Jeremiah. Your rules.
I'm asking about the ones that are on the panel right now out of all those, which one was on first?
I don't know.
Because I know that everyone wants to talk. I understand that, but there's a person in the background, and there's more that want to come up.
Hey, I'll step down for a minute if they want to come up. I talk a lot.
The one in the background left just now.
Okay.
How sweet.
If she comes back up, let me know, and I'll take it out.
I will post the link again. But continue. I didn't say a word.
Yes, Raylene, I am in Ohio. I'm in Amelia, which is next to Cincinnati. So, anyways, yeah,
and Amber asked me where I was in Washington. I'm in the Seattle area, and I was at Cash America pawn shop in West Seattle White Center area. Cash America pawn shop.
I grew up in Piqua, Ohio.
So did our shy one enter the room?
What the heck is that shit?
By the way,
looks like some sort of satanic symbols.
Is this the Jeremiah Club symbol?
I should kick in the ass for that, zombie, because that is actually the adoption awareness symbol. And November is adoption.
Is it? I don't know.
It is.
I don't know what. Is it?
Oh,
Okay.
I got that tattooed on my shoulder.
See, here's the thing, zombie. I'm going to kick you in the ass because that means you didn't watch my other videos where we actually talked about it.
When you're about
I haven't done all the videos yet.
I have that actually tattooed on my shoulder.
Oh, nice.
For my daughter, my adopted daughter, Hannah.
Yep.
I have no kids, so I don't know.
You'll be
somebody
that Detroit soloist would like to talk to as an adopter.
So hold on, I'll show you.
Jeremiah, are you back in Florida or are you still in Washington?
Stand up, Mom. I'm trying.
I guess he doesn't like PA too much.
I am in Washington. And no, I don't like PA.
Can you see it?
Yeah.
Sarah's trying to show you something, Jeremiah.
Oh, hang on 1 second. Give me. Oh, yes. That's the one.
That's for my adopted daughter, Hannah.
Nice.
And she's got the same one on her, but hers doesn't have a dragonfly. Hers got a different symbol in the middle.
Someone want to know my age. I'm 25.
I'm 38, if anybody wanted to know.
Wilma said, are you back home? No, I am in Sarasota, Florida right now.
Thank you, Raylene.
Okay, so I have somebody that is coming up right now. Alan, you offered, right?
Yep, I'll take a drop.
Why'd you say okay, good, that I'm 25?
Who said okay, good?
I don't know.
Oh, Zach and Jamie.
Yeah.
Hi guys.
What's going on, Star Mama?
Hey, Star.
Oh, it's crazy. How many guys?
Hello.
How many of you guys live in New York?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
I don't think anybody in here is from New York right now.
Nobody lives in New York, but Ontario, I guess, is close, right?
Yeah. Well, you know how lovely our
I
you
think
know how
Zombie's
lovely
trying to
our
talk.
governor is.
Their service is pretty bad the way it sounds.
They make you wear masks. They say they're only for people who aren't sick.
We can barely hear you.
Oh, really?
I can hear her fine.
I hear her fine
on my end.
It might be my end, so give me 1 second.
Okay. Well, you know how they say masks are mandatory unless you have problems.
Yeah.
Well, here in New York, the governor said everybody has to wear them except for people with medical conditions. However, he also said that every store can make it so you, even if you are sick, you still have to wear them. My brother-in-law, he almost got arrested yesterday because he went into a store. He just forgot his mask. It was in the car, and they called 911 on him. Didn't even give him a chance to go to the car and go grab his mask. Yeah. And
they can't do that.
Yeah. Oh, New York is like bad. You should like totally Google shit that's happening in New York. Like, I have two very handicapped babies. We adopted two babies. I have a 2-year-old and an 11-month-old. Now, almost everything in New York is tied into the school district.
Yeah, he's back
So
there
my
now.
kids can't get any medical therapies until the state opens.
I think it's like it's that way everywhere.
Isn't it
I'm
insane?
gonna have to do
It's nuts. Now, in the county I live in, there's like 1 million people, and only like 400 people have it, so they shut down everything.
Star Mama, was that mandated by the mayor or the governor?
Governor.
Cuomo, he's a prick.
He's evil. He's nuts. And you should just Google.
And
he took a bunch of COVID patients and put them in nursing homes upstate. Now, I don't live in New York City. I live in upstate New York, up in the country. And he took all the sick people from New York City and threw them up in upstate New York nursing homes. That's why all the numbers in New York State are high. It's 90% of it is all old people. My husband's uncle had COVID at age 70 years old, and guess what? He didn't die. It's
Well,
like
here
and at last governor election cycle, Larry Sharp was running for governor.
Yep. Well,
And
in New York State, they will never. New York State will never turn red because of New York City. There's not
hang
enough
on.
votes
But that's
in
the
upstate
thing.
New York.
Larry Sharp is gold. He's a libertarian.
Well, I'm a conservative,
second,
but
Joe.
I vote for whoever I feel that I like. But as long as New York City speaks for New York, it'll always be a blue state.
Okay, so Zombie, I have somebody in the basement right now that wants to come up here and talk to the women, so I'm gonna have to drop you down for a second.
That's sexist, man. That's sexist.
Right on,
That's
Jeremiah.
Hey, Jeremiah, I got a question for you.
Hey, Jay.
Joe, you know I would do it.
You ladies are right on topic, man. You really were. You guys up here discussing laws and statutes and stuff. What the
Hey,
heck?
we don't play. We
Okay.
don't play.
Okay, so just so you guys know, Joe is actually one who goes out, films the cops. He's a First Amendment auditor. Okay, he's a very awesome guy. So that's why he wanted to come up here and you guys.
The only
No,
reason why
'cause
I
I
know as
saw
much
all
as I
women.
do is
Don't
because
let
my
him
brother's a
fool
state
you.
trooper.
I saw women. Don't let them fool you. I just saw females. I couldn't pass this up. But I do watch cops. I'm in Chicago. So I'm interested in the things you get in the things you guys were saying. And one in particular just left my freaking mind that I freaking wanted to ask you guys about. Any no chance you remember the last thing that you guys were just talking about? No chance.
New York City.
Yeah, some about New York City. Yes, I was just in New York. Yes, I was just in upstate New York. One of you guys are in upstate New York.
That's me. I'm just.
you know?
I'm not too far from Syracuse, right in the middle.
Do you know where Mount Pleasant is?
Go.
I do.
I shot a video of Mount Pleasant
Nice.
recently.
It's beautiful up there. Yep.
I know. I think
I'm
he'll be
about
back.
4 hours from New York City. I'm in near Syracuse Airport. Not too far from there.
All right. I'm still not getting it. Oh, the blue state and the red state, California. I'm sorry. What was that? New York is blue, it'll never turn red, or red never turn blue.
New York is a blue state, and sadly always will be. And now I'm a conservative, so I really don't care about Democrat, Republican. I vote for whoever I think can get the job done. But Cuomo
Sometimes I don't even get the job done.
Cuomo just sucks. You know, even if a different Democrat came in that, you know, was more positive than him and took, you know, advice from everybody, not just his own thoughts, we would be so much better. I mean, he's awful. If I told you, okay, my mother owns a house, a ghetto ass house. It's like two steps up from a crack house. Okay.
Right.
And I mean, she worked hard for it, but it is what it is. It is a fixer upper hardcore. Her taxes a year on that house, and she's like just past the ghetto. I mean, it's like barely anything. And she pays like $12,000 a year. And for
that's
our
crazy.
area, that's high. It's a lot. And that's the, you know, and the taxes here. Now, I've been born and raised here. I'm stuck here because I don't have money to move. But everybody asks me all over the internet, oh, would you move? Oh, would you recommend New York? If you got the money to afford it, come on down.
I like my guns too much.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Don't even get me started on that goddamn SAFE Act.
Hell yeah, my buddy, my best friend is from Utah, and he moved to New York, and his cousins or something helped him pack, and they packed a couple of his guns. And as he was unloading his truck, he found them, and a neighbor seen them come out of the back of the truck, called the police.
They have the right to call the cops. Yeah, but it's ridiculous.
He's an executive for hospital.
Yep.
And they arrested him, and it took him like 2 years through courts just to get cleared. As soon as he was cleared, he left. He signed on. Now he's in Indiana. He runs a couple hospitals in Indiana. But it doesn't matter if you're upstanding. It doesn't matter if you're cleanest record.
Yeah. Cuomo started that SAFE Act, and a lot of blue states followed suit. It's ridiculous. Now, my father-in-law used to work at Remington.
What's the SAFE Act? The SAFE Act.
Now, the SAFE Act is where, there's upstate New York has a lot of hunters, fishers, survivalists, and a lot of upstanding citizens who like guns. And they made it so if it looks like an assault rifle, that could be a regular 22. But if it looks scary, it's illegal now in New York. If anything looks scary, you can't have it. And if you have your guns and getting ready to put them in your truck and go hunting or whatever, and if a neighbor sees it and gets scared, they can call the cops just because they're nervous. You don't have to do anything. And no more than 10 rounds in New York now. It's all nonsense.
That's called a SAFE Act.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Jeremiah said to let Zombie know that he's out smoking.
Then you have to have a different license to carry outside of your home.
Yep.
Good luck
and you can only have an X amount of guns with you if you're going to go to a shooting range here in New York. Now, my husband has many, many rifles, many guns. But if you are caught with any more than 3 in your vehicle at once, even if you're on your way hunting or on your way to a shooting range, in New York State, it's a misdemeanor now.
Regardless of how many people are in the vehicle?
Wow.
It's 3 guns per name, but you can only have X amount in your vehicle. And now they're trying to say that people who have, quote, stockpiles of ammunition, if they want to call that illegal now too.
American.
Exactly. Now we have
Night,
a
Megan.
lot. I mean, I am literally sitting in front of a gun cabinet right now. But you know what? It should be nobody's business if I'm an upstanding citizen, never broke the law. It's none of your business what I do on the weekends with my family.
Just for fair warning, don't show any guns on YouTube because
I didn't. That's my purse thing over there. My guns are on the other side.
Wait, because everybody I know showed their guns on YouTube.
Nope.
Every one of my friends saw them repeatedly.
Yeah. No, but they're in New York State though. There's one little loophole. If you want more than 10 round clips, buy a gun that holds something called a stripper clip, or buy magazines that are predated. Then you can have all you want.
Jeremiah, you can put me in the basement for a bit, and then you can come back on, and then let me in after.
I think Jeremiah's still out smoking.
Yeah.
Maybe up, baby?
Someday I'll save up and get out of this state.
Joe Cool, It sounds like you might have some people that are interested in the type of work you do. I believe you're a mod. You can drop your channel link if you want.
I used to be a mod.
I am, but
I
I'm
do
really
the
just
exact-
a hired
so cool.
cutthroat. I suck at posting links, but I'll give it a shot.
I can do it for you.
I'd appreciate
I
it, bro.
He's Joe Goldberg.
Up, somebody's mic's
Channel
jacked
Zombie
up.
Enforcement Bureau.
That's me. I need to switch phones. I think that might be mine. I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
I can.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. If it acts up, let me know.
I think it's zombie.
Yeah, zombie cuts in and out quite a bit every time he comes up.
Hey, Jeremiah,
Okay.
I have an adoption question for you.
I
if
didn't
you
do
don't
it.
mind.
I promise it wasn't me.
He did it.
Your fault.
What is it?
Now, my husband and I adopted 2 babies. We have a 2-year-old and 11-month-old now.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, they're awesome. They have medical needs, whatever, doesn't matter. And I've been watching. That's what actually drew me to this channel was someone told me I didn't have the adoption posts.
Right.
Got any advice for an adoptive mom of 2? I want to make sure that, you know, growing up, they're going to be told that they're adopted. Of course, it's something I would never keep their own story from them. But
Right.
you got any advice to make sure that they grow up
So
adjusted and comfortable
So the question is,
as can be?
right. The question is, do you have any other kids like other than those 2?
I do not. My husband and I are unable to have our own children.
Okay. So I am going to hang on one second. I got somebody else that's very awesome at this question here. I'm gonna bring.
I would like. I think it would be best for my own kids to have well-rounded opinions to make sure that they stay well-adjusted, and I don't want them to feel any sort of way. You know what I'm saying? I want to make sure that I know everything I know about the subject, so they can adjust well and.
Right.
I mean, they're babies now. They don't even know anything, but, you know, I want to make sure they know everything.
Okay, so
Can
I ask a simple question?
I'm gonna go get some
adopted.
hot cocoa so you can let someone else up here, Jeremiah. I'll be back. I'm gonna change phones when I get back.
Okay, sounds good.
Hey, Joe.
Thanks for coming up here.
Love you, my man.
I'll be right
Joe.
back. I'm just getting hot cocoa and switching phones. I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
All good.
Star, question for you.
Yeah.
Are birth families still involved with the children?
Oh, that's complicated. Yes, but it's weird. Now, I have siblings. That's very important for you to know. They are siblings. Now,
Okay.
my mother adopted a girl when she was a baby, my sister Samantha. And she is just not in a good state right now. So she asked me she got pregnant, and she asked me if I would adopt the baby. And she wants us to be mom and dad and everything. And she
Oh,
wants to be
shit.
Ann. That's all she wants. And so we agreed.
You did that?
I did that. And then she got
Yeah.
pregnant again.
That's really cool. I
Well,
like that.
She got
it's
pregnant
cool.
again,
So far,
and we did the same thing because it's just hard to raise children when you're on drugs and your husband plays Xbox all day. I love her to death, but when she had her first baby, postpartum depression really, really kicked her ass, and she's just not the same person.
Okay,
So we adopted the 2 babies at birth. From birth, I cut the cord. My husband and I named them. It's all official. We have 2 of them now. And
No.
I just want to make sure I do everything in my power to make sure that they don't have resentment or anything towards being adoption, because she doesn't want, this is the part I don't know what to do about, is she doesn't want them to know her as mom. They want her to know her as Aunt Sam. That's where I'm torn.
Okay, so you said you watch our videos. As you know, YouTube watcher, which is in the bottom center, he's one of the people who kind of takes charge on that. I'm gonna let him give his opinion, and I will give mine, and if anybody else wants to as well. But just so you know, as an adopted kid, it is unfair to the adopted parents. But and when I say unfair, it takes twice the love for the kids, because it doesn't matter if that kid is 1 day old or not. That kid will grow up having that feeling because there's something missing.
That's what I told her. And I asked her, I was like, because we were willing to do an open adoption, you know, you could still be mom, get yourself well, you know, we'll work with you, you know. She wants no part of it. She wants nothing. Like, she even told us, well, if you tell them when they're older, I'll leave state, I'll move, I'll deny it. She don't want, like, I don't know why, but she has a son, Malachi, that she only lives like, I mean, she's my sister. She only lives a few miles away from me. And the son she does have is and we take care of him anyway. We buy all his clothes and everything. But she doesn't want these kids to know anything. And New York made a new law now saying that adopted kids have the right to know.
Can I back up?
Yeah, sure.
It's the kids' mamas. Wait, hold on. Can you do the thing again, please?
What's that?
The backstory.
Yeah,
Yes.
the backstory, like the family relation part.
It's my adoptive sister, and she has one already. It's severe manic depression, all the things,
and then you guys took that one. And
the first one, yes, she asked us if we would adopt the baby, and then because another backstory is her husband carries genetic problems. And there's a 50-50 chance of her kids get it. And instead of just getting, you know, clipped, he keeps having sick babies, and our two children are ill. And she can't take care of them. That's another reason why she wanted us to adopt them. And fine, whatever. And so she says she wants to go. She doesn't want her and her husband, they're married, you know. The father is around. They don't want no part of it. They don't want no nothing. And I just think in the long run, kids have a right to know their backstory, where they came from, especially seeing how my husband nor I have the genetic condition that they have, and it's a genetic disorder.
No, I mean, kids should know who mom and dad is, regardless.
Exactly.
I mean,
and
if nothing else, they should have those records released to them at the age of 18, at the worst case scenario.
Hell, I even have all the records that I would give them to them, you know, because we have all our court documents and all that crap, and I have them all, you know, and she says, well, I'll leave state, I'll deny it, I'll just tell them you're crazy, whatever. And I'm trying to convince her, like, look, it's not like I want child support from you, but you should tell them someday you just couldn't take care of them. It's not a big deal. It's not a shame. You did what you thought was right at the time. And I just don't know what to say to them. I mean, of course, I want them to know they're adopted because that's their right. That's their story. But the parents they don't want nothing to do with it. They don't want to be embarrassed because of how they live, how they are. And it makes us torn. It makes it a little bit more difficult, but the kids are awesome anyway, so it doesn't matter. But I just want to make sure that they get everything. You know,
they're gonna feel some kind of way.
Parent.
Oh,
go ahead.
Do you see the comment that's posted on the screen here?
I agree. I think it's something you need to be honest with that child about from the very beginning.
That's what I told her. I 100%
because
agree.
if not, then instead of the child having hard feelings towards birth mom, they're going to have resentments towards you because you kept that from them.
Exactly. That's what I told her. And she's like, well, that's your problem. And my sister, oh my God, you totally have to meet my sister. I was like, I swear to God. She's like, she's very young, like very young.
The problem is
it's ridiculous.
And by the way,
adopted people don't understand. And
Mm-hmm.
if you're not adopted, you don't get it.
Well, that's what I told her. And that's when my friend's like, hey, I saw this panel shared on Facebook. Maybe you can get a little bit extra advice on there. So that's why I figured, hey, can you come on?
And by the way, if you guys keep watching the screen, I keep putting comments up from people that are in the chat. So it's up to you guys if you want to respond to it.
Yeah, but friggin', I totally want to tell. Like I said, my kids right now, they're only just 2 years old and 1 year old in 2 weeks. But
it's one of those things you have to make age appropriate because they're only going to understand so much. You're always you're raising them. You're always going to be mom.
Well, the crazy
know?
part is the dead giveaway is they have the same genetic disorder that their uncle has. I mean, come on.
Well,
I mean, come on.
You know, and
you mind if I say something?
Fuck them.
So here's the thing. You know, I always approach these situations in a case by case basis, because if the mother that gives the child up is going to be present but doesn't want to be any involvement, and you know that's always going to be the case,
Mm-hmm.
you can raise that child as your own without the confusion. But you start introducing your own guilt or your own resentments, if you had them, then it's going to cause problems for the kid.
Well,
You
you
know,
would think she would
and-
know better. She's adopted, so you would think that she would want her kids to know
That's not always the
correct
case.
information. You know what I'm saying?
It's a
There's
case by
there's
case
gonna
thing.
be someone that's gonna tell her. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
You know that. Especially if it's in the family. You know what I mean?
I want my girls to know they're adopted. I want them to know everything about them because I think that's information I have no right keeping.
Well,
I agree with you, Star.
But I also, in New York State, if she wrote on paperwork that says technically it's a closed adoption, so in New York State's eyes, until she turns 18, I could be breaking, it's kind of like a HIPAA thing going against Sam.
It
Because
depends
New
on
York
the
State,
working. Like,
well, New York passed it that when they turn 18, they can know all their adoption rights and all the things. But I think waiting till 18 is just insane.
so from
I agree.
I think you know,
Especially-
you gotta
go
look
ahead.
at the wording there. I think that closed adoption references, you know, the parents' ability to, or the birth parents' ability to come and interact again.
Mhm.
But I think the adopted parents have the ability to integrate people back into the children's life. And if that's like a plan from the beginning,
Well,
you know,
the
that's-
type of adoption we did, she insisted on signing something called a judicial release. I don't know how all states are, but in New York State, she signs a paper. It's called a judicial release that after 60 days, if she doesn't change her mind in 60 days, then all of her rights, all of her anything that she would ever want to have is automatically
Is
dissolved,
terminated.
and she can never get it back.
right.
And that includes, and the only problem is that includes information.
Well, that's what I was trying to say is then, you know, then the responsibility for integration becomes an adoptive parent's, you know,
Yep.
responsibility if that comes in play, which is perfectly fine. You know, I always want to look at these things from right outside, you know, the window. I want to see what's going on in the family. If telling this kid, like the person the person in the chat said that, you know, their friends took their lives because they found out. If information is going to be detrimental to their health and safety and mentality and mental, you know, stability, you don't share that until they have the capacity to take that. You know, so, you know, like my little brother, he's adopted. My aunt is his mom. My mom's had him since he was 6 months old. He's always known his mom. He has gotten curious in his later teens, like, why didn't she want me? But so my mom let her come back around some to let him see this is why she doesn't want you. It has nothing to do with you. It's about herself. You know, she has her own drug issues. She has her own problems. She's, you know, 43 years old and still hasn't gotten her life together. It has nothing to do with you. She gave you to me for the better interest of you.
And that's exactly what I told her to say, too, because it's almost like a carbon copy story. I mean, her and her husband are not productive people. They live off the system, and not because they have no choices. It's just because they have no care. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to for themselves. They do drugs, all the things. And instead of just, especially with him having he carries a very, very bad genetic disease. He should get clipped and she should get tied, but they don't want to. And she's sadly, my baby will be 1 in June, and she's 6 months pregnant again. And this one I can't take right now because the baby has too many medical problems that we're trying to get under control. And she's going to try to keep this one with our help. But it's just like I told her, I'm like, you know, you better pray that this one isn't sick like the other two. Because I don't know if anybody knows what NF1 is, but my kids have it. And you can have a host of million different other problems with it. And my kids are like, Jesus Christ, they have them all. But it's like, They have no responsibility. They just don't care. And I think it's very sad.
There's a comment on the screen for you.
I agree with what Gma Pam is saying.
Well, in New York, I mean, I'm going to tell them anyway, but in New York, because we have a closed adoption, the stipulations that Samantha put in the freaking paperwork is technically I am not legally obligated to tell them because she doesn't want any information given. I'm going to tell them anyway. I don't care. But in New York State, it's so stupid. Cuomo's so stupid. In New York State, they say adopted kids don't have a legal right, if it's a closed adoption, don't have a legal right to know information until they turn 18. But I think waiting until 18 is way too late, way too late to tell a kid. It's like a quarter of their life. And
especially in a situation like yours where they're going to be seeing adopted or birth mother on a regular basis and full-blooded siblings on a regular basis.
And just seeing the kind of life they live. I mean, they're druggies. I mean, my kids don't hang out with them or whatever. They live with friends. They don't have their own place. You know, the friend's husband they live with is level 3, you know, and it's like worst of the worst of the worst. And so we see them on like holidays because we buy mail, you know, their son, you know, gifts and everything. And we make sure Kai's okay. And only at age of 2, you know, 2.5, she goes, she asked, she's like, well, why are we buying Kai clothes, you know, and I was like, well, we helping out, you know, but just the type of life they have is just, it's worse. But the worst part about it is it's on purpose because they don't care.
Can I tell you
it's
something?
bad.
Can I tell you something? And this is a problem that my brother faced when he was 17. He met his real dad. So his real dad is the leader, literally a leader of a biker gang called IBA, and he lives that life. He lives that biker life. I'm talking about young, you know, he messes with the young girls, drugs, you know, he's been in prison several times, deals with guns, you know, lives in a freaking trailer, you know, on like 10 acres of land and just bikes all the time at his house.
Yep.
My mom kept it from him who his real dad was most of his life because she was afraid that if she integrated him back into his life, he would see that life and be interested because it's a constant party. So one of the problems you have to, you know, what you got to consider when you want to integrate your child back into, you know, the birth mom's life is you got to think of how is their life, the birth mom's life, going to impact her, you know, the child's life. Is it going to give that child an opportunity to make a decision she wouldn't have made otherwise? You know, is she going to see her as a place to run to and do drugs, or think like, oh, my birth mom does drugs, I need to do drugs? You could be introducing her into a whole new thought process that she wouldn't have had, you know, before her brain was fully formed.
Yep.
You know,
absolutely.
So, like, I'm all for, you know, if they don't know now, let them find out later when they're fully able to comprehend the consequences of the choices they can make.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's another problem I had with the youngest baby. She had absolutely zero, and I do mean zero, prenatal care for the baby because of what she does, what she puts into her body. And the baby tested positive for all types of things. So, you know, now I have a baby that's way delayed, way behind, you know. It's crazy. On top of the neurological conditions she already has.
Well, you know, you know what sucks is because of the medical concerns, it kind of throws, you know, the dynamic off because, you know, we're dealing with medical conditions. You kind of want to know these things. Like right now in my life, I've got a ton of medical conditions that are popping up. I've never met my father. He was murdered when I was an infant, and his family denied me to the lowest. I didn't find out last year to confirm that he was my dad, but he's been long gone, and his family's long, you know, hightailed it as well. So there's an entire part of my family that I could have these medical conditions coming from that I'll never find out. So, and that does suck, you know, coming just from the medical, you know, standpoint, you know, what to expect, you know, how does, you know, certain illnesses affect people differently. So I understand your desire to want to do what's right, you know, medically for your child. It's just what you got to worry about is, you know, and I can't stress it enough. You got these people saying always tell the truth. The truth will destroy your child. It will give
exactly. That's the thing I'm worried about. But I don't want to be pegged as So, you know, I want to tell them. I mean, that's their information, that's their life. But if I don't want to be that adoptive parent that didn't tell them, and then they hate me, and you know, I'm screwed either way.
Well, speaking as a parent that has adopted child and has biological children, there's going to come a point where your children are going to hate you anyway. That's just part of having kids.
Can we hear from YouTube
That's
Watch?
true. But the adopted kids are still going to feel some kind of way because you're adopted.
Exactly.
They're always going to feel some kind of way, and you have to be prepared to deal with that. That's what we were trying to get at.
Absolutely.
Is somebody trying to talk and I can't hear them? I keep hearing a kid. Is that your kid, YouTube?
No, not my kid.
I hear a kid.
Not mine. Mine are sleeping.
Wait.
Okay. I didn't know if Zombie had somebody over there trying to talk. I didn't know.
No, I would love to hear.
It's mine. Let me mute my mic for a minute while she's out here.
I would love to hear what YouTube Watcher has to say about all this for Star.
Which part?
On you.
Because you haven't really said anything yet about it.
Which part?
All of it.
All of it.
That's a big present to unwrap.
It's large. Now, another question I had was, this is not a smaller question, but less detailed. Now, when they find out at whatever age, like you said, they're going to feel some sort of way because they're adopted, you know, abandonment, emotional issues, whatever. Now, is that something I let them deal with, or is that something? I mean, of course, you know, they're not always going to want to come to me or whatever.
They're not going to come to you about it. I can guarantee that.
Do you offer them, you know, like therapy support, or is that something they're just going to want to hash out on their own?
Just note it when they bring it to you, and it'll make them feel better. You know, just let them know you're aware. I think that'll be a big help. You know.
That's one thing I want to make sure that, you know, my husband and I, we've always talked, and we've been married 15 years. We always talked about adoption. And even if we had our own children, which I can't, but even if we had our own kids, we always wanted to adopt, but we always wanted to make sure our kids knew that they were adopted and that, you know, they were amazing. They were awesome. You know, we didn't want them, they probably will have that little abandonment issue in the back of their head.
That's not a little thing.
But don't
how to make it less for them.
Don't treat them, you know, don't treat them extra extraordinary because they're adopted. Just you know.
We want to, you know.
And they'll always think about that kind of stuff through their whole life. So it's going to be rough. You know, there's going to be times when you know, maybe you do that, maybe you don't, and I promise you, they're going to notice it and they're going to throw it in your damn face, right?
Oh yeah.
And this is stuff you're going to go
when they're
through,
mad at you.
okay?
Yep.
Right. These are things you're going to go through, you know?
If you tell them. So, that, you know, one thing I think about all the time is that, you know, with my little brother, I didn't actually get to have a relationship with him until he was about 12, and my stepdad died. And that's when, you know, my brothers really started struggling. I didn't have, you know, I stepped in because he died. He needed a man around. But the one thing that really hurt my brother was, and he eventually, when he was like 17, right before he left for the Marines, he told me, like, and it broke my heart, but made me happy at the same time. He said, as I was growing up, I didn't think you liked me because I wasn't your real brother. And you know, I never told him I didn't like him. But because he was adopted, he thought in his mind, because he's not my mom's real kid.
Yeah, he felt separation. Yeah.
He felt that. And right before, because he started spiraling after my stepdad died from a heroin overdose. Nobody knew he was on heroin. It was like out of left field. He was, you know, like my stepdad was everything to my little brother. And, you know, and then I stepped in and I started having more of a relationship with him and real gradually. And, and I didn't realize how much of an impact it made on him until, you know, he was failing in school And he came to me. He said, "Hey, I don't know what to do now because my dad wants me to, his real dad, my dad wants me to come live with him." And he's like, he told me he's going to do all these beautiful things with me. He's like, and I keep sneaking over there, but now my grades are failing. And he's like, I think I want to go in the Army like you. He said, I don't want to go to prison like my dad. And I said, well, then don't go to prison like your dad.
That's right.
Don't do that.
That's right. You know, you don't have to do that. You don't have to go to prison like your daddy. You can break the fucking, you know what I mean? You can break that cycle, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
You're going to show them the lifestyle that's,
Great.
you know,
That's
that's
awesome.
positive and that kind of stuff. And they're going to see the negative stuff that birth parents are doing and realize that they actually have it better off.
Not always.
Than the siblings. No, I'm talking about in her situation.
The sad part is if Samantha, it's my sister Sam, if she keeps going with what she's going now, I predict that her oldest son, who is only 4, is going to end up in our home, only because she has like CPS cases, and she has us written down that if anything happens to them, that Malachi comes straight to my house. So we'll see, I guess.
I have a question about adoption, though.
This comment right here is 100% the truth. That's something you got to think about.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's what puts me in the hard spot, because I'm all for the kids knowing they're adopted. I'm all for, you know, sitting them down at an age appropriate time and saying, look, this is your mom. This is the story. This is what happens. And she wants no part of it. Like no part of it. She's like, oh, if you try to tell them, because they have family, we have family down in Florida. And she's like, if you tell them I'll just pack up and move down south, and like she doesn't want them to know nothing. And I get it, but I don't think that's right for the kids, though. You know, I don't know.
You should watch her. You see that?
Unless she's just not, unless she's trying to say don't tell them for the safety of the kids also.
Yep.
Really?
Because she knows how she is. She's a very violent person. And and they do drugs and they don't work and they live with people who are the same. And
so the mom's probably saying, don't tell the kids for their safety.
Yeah, she told me in the very beginning, she's like, your mom, your husband's dad, I am aunt, and that is it, she said. She goes, that's the end of it. I'm like, oh. I'm like, is that how that works? I thought you were supposed to tell the children, you know? And she's like, and that's it. She's all she says is that's it. So
yes, you should always tell the children that they're adopted. Why would you hide that kind of thing? What would be the benefit of hiding that from him?
Exactly. I think she's just embarrassed on how she lives. She's embarrassed about her actions. Like I said, the child she has in her home, she has him just right now by a string. That's only because my husband and I, you know, we provide pretty much everything he needs anyway. But you know, we try to help her.
How long before you end up with all of her children? Especially if she's continuing to go down and make the decisions that she's making.
Well,
she's got one. She's got one of them. You've got 2, and now she's pregnant with another.
Yeah, I know. My God, she told me like 2 weeks ago, about 3 weeks ago. She goes, "Oh, I'm 8." I took a pregnancy test. And they're like, "Oh my God, I'm farther than I thought I was." I'm like, "Well, what do you mean?" She's like, "I'm due in August." I'm like, "Are you what?" I'm like, the baby will be 1 in June, and you're doing August.
I agree with what Tracy is saying. She says, nah, she gave her rights up to them.
Everything.
Her thoughts on this matter isn't valid. If she is embarrassed, then she can try to get her act together.
You know,
she's 23. I want to say 22, 23.
YouTube.
And it's just ridiculous.
YouTube watcher, I have a question.
What?
Okay, I have 4 kids that are adopted out. I have not done nothing wrong. So my 2 boys I have been taken from birth. I was just wondering, what age do they have to be before I can look for them?
18.
Legally, it's 18.
But she's in Canada. Is it the same laws up there?
I'm pretty sure it's the same damn age. Yeah.
Probably 18. Yeah.
I haven't heard any. I haven't heard anything to the contrary.
Okay, because I also have another daughter that is 22. She has been living with my mom since she was 6 months old. I have not done nothing wrong to my daughter. I was living with my mom and my daughter at the same time. Me and my daughter were going to move to London. She said, "You're not taking my granddaughter anywhere." And she calls Children's Aid and says all these lies, that I threw my kid, that I hit my kid. I don't believe in hitting kids. And now my daughter is listening to everything my mom says. And just about 2 weeks ago, my 22-year-old told me to stop messaging her, that she hates me with a passion.
Then you have to respect her wishes and stop. She's an adult. You got to respect her wishes and stop messaging.
If she's 22, who cares? She's an adult. Like, we care and we understand it. You feel some kind of way, but she's an adult. Like, you can't.
She is an adult, but she has autism. So she lives with my mom.
Okay.
My mom tells her everything. If my mom, because I don't talk to my mom either, and if my mom starts talking to me, then my daughter will talk to me. If my mom stops talking to me, then my daughter stops talking to me.
Can I say something?
Please.
So I want to talk from a place of understanding here, because I have a 18-year-old son who his mom disappeared when he was young and stayed gone almost his entire life. And she told him just the most terrible things that wasn't true, but he grew up thinking those things were the truth. So now that he's older and she's admitted that it's not the truth, his brain can't wrap around that. So I've tried to force a relationship, and it drove him further away.
Now with the autism part, my oldest, she's 2. She has autism, and if she mimics, like you said, that if your mom says one thing, she says the same thing and stuff. So then that still probably means if she can't make her own decisions, then your mom probably still doesn't want her around. So I think it's just kind of screwed either way.
Like, she started living with my mom when she was 6 months old.
Because my daughter does that. She'll my daughter, she's only 2 and she can't make decisions yet. If you say you want milk or juice, choose for milk, and she'll tell you whatever the last thing she said.
Yeah.
And if your daughter mimics like that with autism, then it sounds like it's still coming from grandma anyway. So
yeah, because I would call my mom and say, "Okay, can I come for the weekend?" My mom will say, "Yeah." Either the day of or a couple days before, it's not a good time.
Is your daughter with the autism? She's high. She's high functioning, or she lives on her own. Does she have the ability to be on her own?
She lives with my mom.
Oh well, then if she doesn't have the ability to be on her own, then your mother is her still legal caretaker. So it's going to go by what your mom says anyway.
Yeah. So my mom would tell me that, "Oh yeah, you can come either a couple days before or the day of." Oh, it's not a good time. And then she'll tell my daughter, "Oh, your mom doesn't want to see you today."
Yeah.
No, I have witnesses stating that my mom has done this all of my life.
Yeah.
Well, Becky, I really sympathize with your situation, because I was forced into that with my son. I'll tell you, like, I've learned for myself, stop trying, but be available. Because you're going to reinforce the ideas that the grandmothers put in her head, and it's going to prolong the anger.
Yep.
And let her start getting curious. Let her start wanting to know you, and then let her reach out to you, because eventually she's going to have the thought of, who is why didn't she want me? And maybe maybe she'll reach out to you then. Or it could be she eventually has her own children and wants to reestablish, because she understands the child-parent role a little bit better because she's in that perspective. So give it time. If you pursue her, I promise you, I pursued my son since he was 13 years old, and he's about to turn 18. There's no sign, there's no sign of him changing his mind about how he feels about me.
Yeah.
But it's because I pursued that relationship, like, as much as anytime I could have an interaction, I have tried to have that interaction. Even when he was homeless, living on a beach, he went to Children's Services. Children's Services contacted me. I said, yes, I want him in my home. He chose foster care and group homes over coming to my home. He called me from there, said, I'm scared to death. And so a bunch of black kids that I've never been around black people. He was raised in Puerto Rico around Hispanics, white. So he's never been around black people, and it intimidated him. It scared the crap out of him. And he was like, they're going to beat my ass. He's like, I didn't even do anything wrong. They're going to beat my ass. I'm like, I'll come and get you. Come give me a try. His fear of being in a group home in an alien situation was not enough to get him to want to have that interaction.
How do I
give it time?
How do I I know how to be available, but how do I not hurt?
You're gonna hurt. I hurt.
You're gonna hurt. That's just part of it.
I try so hard. It
my son's favorite band is Green Day. I've got about a dozen shirts in there I buy on his birthday, all the time. Every year I buy him new shirts. I buy him all kinds of things. I bought him Xboxes. There's a closet in there with an Xbox 360. It's painful, and I still prepare for that time, even though I know it might not be today or tomorrow or even you're gonna hurt, because a parent's love, even a shitty parent, and I'm not calling you a shitty parent, even a shitty parent's gonna feel the guilt, because deep down, even if they're a shitty person, they gotta have some kind of love and attachment, and sometimes the guilt drives them even further away. But that's on us. As parents, we have to live with that until they give us an opportunity. And I pray to get that opportunity. It's really a destructive thing. I've watched other people just, throw themselves into the worst situations out of anger and depression about it. But if you live with that in hope and prepare your life to integrate with her, make a home that she's prepared to come back to. Make the mother she wants to meet. Make yourself that mother. So that way, when she's ready to reach out, you're ready to accept her.
Because, like you said she's living with your mother.
Yeah.
And she's 20, and she's 22.
Yeah.
And so that I'm assuming your mom has to be at least in her 60s or 70s.
65, I think. And 61.
So reality is, how much longer is your mom going to be around? Because your mom's not going to be around forever to take care of her.
Yeah.
Becky, does your mom have any health issues to be worried about too?
She's depressed and she's very manipulative.
But does she have like heart disease or diabetes or anything like that? Anything she's on regular medication for?
I don't know. I haven't talked to her in so long. I know that she had a hole in her chest from smoking as I come out for a smoke. But I know it's just so hard that, like, I have a stepdaughter now that lives in my home, like, that my well, I'm getting married in 12 days, but I call him my husband. But my husband has been a single father since she was 2 weeks old. Her own mom abandoned her about 2 months ago, and she's been calling me mom. And I don't spank. She's 15. I don't spank her. I don't yell at her. She said that I've been a better mom to her than her own mother. So it's good to hear that, but I wish it was my daughter. And
don't carry resentment for the other child.
But the thing is, and that I believe so much in my heart that God put me where I am today to be into my stepdaughter's life, because he's not replacing my kids, but he's giving me a supplement so that I can raise my stepdaughter until my kids are ready to talk to me. It's not replacing.
Just remember to treat them all the same. Nobody lesser and that.
Well, my 22-year-old wrote me and said, "Do you think I'm gonna start acting like that stepdaughters of yours?" I'm like, "Really, Brittany?" Like,
it sounds
but I didn't say that to her. I just thought
it begins. Yep, that's it.
It sounds like she's looking into your life right now.
Pardon?
I think I interrupted YouTube. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's just really hard for, like, in my other daughter, she's 20, and she just had a child last year. I still haven't seen that child. That daughter doesn't want to talk to me either, because she lives with my aunt, and my aunt's telling her lies about me.
Here's the thing. Again, it sounds like the one daughter is already looking into your life. Right now, you need to first do not try to treat a child good just so your other child can see it.
Oh, no, I'm not.
I'm just saying. I'm not saying you are.
Okay.
Don't treat the stepchild great, because then there could be resentment there. And it sounds like there's already some curiosity and possibly some resentment, if that's the kind of comment she's making.
Yeah, and I wrote to her and I said, "Brittany, you were in my life before anybody. You are my child. I'm gonna love you before I'm gonna love another child that's not even my blood."
Not to mention, if this is some stuff that's going on currently, you probably,
Well, this was just like 2 weeks ago that my daughter wrote this, and then my brother wrote me on email and said, "If you cared for Brittany as much as you say you do, why don't you just leave her life alone so she can move on? She hates you with a passion."
Again, I think me and YouTubers agreeing about this. Make your life.
That's some personal stuff. Yeah.
Make your life ready for her, and regardless of brother and grandma, she'll eventually make a decision for herself. Disability aside, my daughter has cerebral palsy. She has a very limited comprehension of a lot of things. A lot of things that she does is contextual. So there's a lot of change in the way she does things. But my daughter, she knows what she wants, and later in life, she might.
Hey, my kids know I'm adopted too. You know what I mean? They know. It's not an issue. That's always good information for them when they say, "Oh yeah, what are you?" I don't know. My daddy's adopted. They know.
But, you're gonna suffer and pain until for the end of time, because even once it comes back in your life, there's still going to be the pain that you lost after that life. So you're always going to feel some type of way, like we said earlier about the circumstance. There's always going to be a feeling that haven't done enough, or you did it, or you did everything wrong. what you need to do is you need to focus on making your life livable right now that she would want to integrate with. And then once she's back into your life, you give her an opportunity to settle into your life. Don't force anything on her. Don't, like me, I was dumb. When I first got my dad, he said he liked bikes. I took him to a bicycle and bought him like a $900 bike. Took him out shopping, spent a ton of money at all the things that he wanted. And you know what he said? A month later, he was like, "You were just trying to buy my love."
Well,
don't force yourself into that child's life. Integrate slowly. Let her get curious, and then let her come experience your life with you. So, give it time. I'm sure if she's already looking into your life to notice these things, then that ball is already rolling. You just got to give it time and let it be organic.
And the other thing is that I'm so hurt that I have no support anywhere. I'm like the black sheep of the family. I have no support anywhere. And when
you do.
Well, you have yourself and you have all of us. And you have
Thank you.
We're here.
I'm a single dad with when I got custody of my daughter, she was 4 years old and she was disabled, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing. I was borderline homeless. I went and stayed in a homeless shelter long enough to get a job, make money, and get an apartment. Like, I had no help, no support, no family whatsoever on mom's side or my side. Like, you can always put yourself in a situation to change for the better if that's what you choose. You have support. You just have to look in new places if you're not finding it in the old place.
Because I got
Becky, and do you have your
I got diagnosed
you have support. I mean, you're getting married, so you have support there.
There you go.
He should be able to give you all the support you need, and that you have someone and help you and then emotionally at least.
Well, I got diagnosed with PTSD almost 3 years ago. I was dating another guy. We were living together and he hung himself. The next day I found him hanging in our basement. And so I had I had borderline of PTSD because my dad raped me when I was little. And now I have full-blown PTSD. I have suicidal intentions. I have bipolar. I have like no support anywhere. Like, yeah, I have my husband, but he has his own baggages that he has to deal with his child's mom, and he has another child that's in foster care as it is, and he's 21 now. We're trying to look for him, and so he's supportive on some things, but he's not an emotional person like I am, and I've gone to counseling, and counseling does not help. I have no friends that I can confide in. They're all, I don't even consider them friends. They're just acquaintances because they're all on some kind of.
Hey, can I say something real quick? There was someone in the stream that might honestly know some stuff personally about what you're talking about. He was in the stream. I know a lot of us dropped a link for him and stuff. I hope he comes up, man.
Okay, so Alan, I'll bring you right back up here, but I right here, remember this name and remember the profile picture. They are on my fan page. Right there, they said to look them up.
You know what? You can look me up on the Facebook fan page as well. You can reach out anytime.
If you want to screenshot that right there, so you have that, and also it's like we say in every adoption video that we do, you're not alone in this. We are in this together. Nobody's alone.
Hold on, wait. Shit, is this a...
I want to say something, and obviously none of us knows what you've been through and what you're going through, and we don't know what your future holds for you. But you coming into this stream, there's a world and a wealth of information out there that can be provided if you choose to reach out for it, and continue to keep coming back. Sometimes you need to talk about these things to get them in the air and know that people are experiencing the same things and that you're not alone. I would welcome you back to at every single chance that you desire to come back and talk. Jeremiah, an option for paid or videos, and a perspective like yours could be beneficial to other people. You can help people with your perspective, because a lot of people are wondering why an adoption happens and why parents, are put in those circumstances. And maybe helping others will be a way to help you. Maybe that comfort.
So, Sarah, can I give you a piece of advice?
Yes.
You see, one thing that you should know about me is that I'm a person who is diagnosed with autism, ADHD, bipolar mood, and seizure disorders. But for me, I've often always had a thought that I was hard to try to find friends. But I realized that it's pretty easy, but you just need to be with the people around you. Like for me, people tell me to be with people who are also autistic, be with people who are also disabled. But I just don't find that group of people my people of interest. And I find people that are more so of the norm, the interesting to hang out with and be with, than people who are also autistic like myself. So you need to find the people around you beyond what they try to tell you. Like if they're telling you to people that like the same disability that you have, you need to you need to find the people that you with very easily, and make sure you get to know them and that kind of stuff.
You have a drink of water.
Because my people, like my family, always tell me to go to autistic people, and I've tried doing that on numerous occasions, but it's just for me hard to try to become friends with. And I found it more so me not going to find the people who I would be able to hang out with, and lo and behold, hang out with more so the norms.
I'm glad you gave that perspective, because I have a daughter with a lot of disabilities. She has seizure disorder, she has epilepsy and cerebral palsy, and she touches the autism spectrum, but her cerebral palsy is her main diagnosis. And I often wonder, how she's going to fare in the future with trying to find appropriate interactions and relationships to develop for friends and somebody. I just in the last year had to deal with the fact that she was bullied online. They tried to get her to kill herself. She found a lot of inappropriate, relationships, and it's scary. But I do have faith that there's people out there that will be healthy to her to communicate with. And
God, I could give you my perspective there, Alan. Right? It's pronounced Alan, right? Yeah. God could give you my perspective for someone who has a daughter that is also disabled, because for me, all throughout my years of growing up and being an adult, I have found it a bit more of a struggle getting along with or trying to hang out with other autistic people or disabled people of that matter. And in the past couple years, I found that I've got more so along with people of the north, because people that I work with at my job, I get along with pretty well and hang out with quite often. And I've also hung out with other normal people, and I just don't let disabilities get in the way of my life or anything of that. Because on my channel, I don't talk too much about it, but You mention it here and there to people who don't know too much about me, but it's not like one of my categories of what my channel is about. And in my life personally, if I like worried more about what I'm like as a person who's autistic or what life's gonna be like with me still having ADHD, bipolar, and seizures, then I would just basically be putting too much worrisome in my own self, and people need to be able to find something within themselves and find their horizon and make sure that they have enough encouragement inside themselves to not worry about what they're like, not worry about what they struggle with. Just go after what you want in life, go after your dreams, your hopes, your goals, etc. Whatever you want to do with her life, she needs to have the encouragement inside herself of being able to do it and not worry about what it's like. Because
Well, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for sharing that with me because, you know, I don't have the same, I don't have the special needs that she has. So, you know, that's a whole different, that's a whole different life that she's going to experience, and that I have no way to relate to, but I can live with her with, you know. The only thing I try to do is kind of navigate her towards people that I hope are good for her. I mean, kids today are horrible when it comes to interpersonal relationships and boundaries. And knowing what's right and wrong, it's like so flip side now. It's so different. So all I can do is, I just try to make sure that I'm present for her and that I monitor her situation to where something can't happen again, like happened this past year. But, like I said, I do appreciate your perspective and understanding in that.
Yep. God could help.
What's up, YouTube? Sure got a pretty
I'm listening.
But back to Becky for a second. I hope you see that there's support out there as long as you're willing to accept different avenues of support. People, I like to use this expression all the time when I'm doing home teaching with the people in my church, and I go and I talk to them. A lot of people think they have to go through life alone and that they are alone. But Heavenly Father didn't put us in the world alone. He put us in a family unit. He knew we couldn't live alone. We couldn't survive or live. We can't grow alone. So if you don't have it built around you now, I would suggest you start building your support system now, so that way, for a year from now, you can't sit there and say, or I don't have it, because now we're out here. The opportunity to meet and build support, it's out there. It's just you have to be willing to accept that new line of thinking, avenues of it. So I hope you sound like a very genuine person, and you sound like you've dealt with a lot. And I applaud your willingness to come on, and I know it has to be terribly upsetting for you to expose yourself like this and be vulnerable. But just know that that's how the healing starts, is being willing to accept your life is kind of crap and figure out, how can I make it different? What in my life is not is broken? How can I heal? So I think, if you keep coming back around, you're going to meet more and more people that can help you understand, the healing process, so that way you can get that peace. And I hope and I pray that you do find it, and just know that you are never alone. Even if you feel it, you're never alone.
Becky, Stacy Sue Thomas says to make sure you look her up on Facebook, that she'll be there for you.
Okay.
Hey, and Alan, no one is, literally, there's us. We're all talking together. Yes. There's always a place to get together. You're not alone, man.
Never.
I like that. Just wanted to mention that.
Never.
I like that.
Wilma, I keep posting the link in the chat here, so anybody who wants to come up on panel can click on the link and enable the microphone and camera.
Thanks for bringing me on, Jeremiah. I love you, man.
You are very welcome.
Can I address this Penny? I can't pronounce her name. So Penny, back when I first got custody of my daughter, I got custody of my daughter in 2011, in January of 2011, and by 2012, a year after struggling, I was so overwhelmed that I almost, couldn't handle being a parent by myself with a special needs child. And just when I had the thought that crossed my mind, I can't do this, and somebody else, she would be served better by somebody else. There was a news broadcast. There was a woman. She was in her 60s. She had a 27-year-old special needs daughter who depended on her to live. The elderly woman, the mother, was diagnosed with cancer and was assigned to hospice. And before she went, she killed herself and killed her daughter. And because she was so scared that if her daughter, or if she left this world, no one would take care of her daughter. That's so scary. And being in that same circumstance, my daughter, she's probably going to be a lifelong, room and board for me. So even when she's like 30, she's probably going to be living with me. It really sucks. You have to start thinking ahead of time in those circumstances, what happens, and preparing, in the case, that you're not around, that there are people and supports that are available. And that was something that has always scared the crap out of me, but I've organized my life for like the last decade to prepare in the worst event, in the worst case. I've seen that so many times. Like I went to a support group right at I think it was like 2013. I went to a support group for parents with special needs kids, and I sat in there. I was the only single parent, and I'm listening to all these people tell their stories, and I'm not trying to judge, but I started judging because not one thing was good said. They didn't have anything good to say about any of their kids that were special needs. It was always they went there, and everything they said was all the problems. Not one of them said, God, I wake up every morning and the best thing I see is the smile on my kid's face. Or, I give my kid ice cream and they have the light shines in their eyes. Nothing nice was ever said. And that, and that was with 2 parent units. People have, when it comes to having special needs children, you have to prepare and plan, and you have to find the support spot, necessary. That scares the crap out of me, and I've literally designed my life in the event of my demise. She's taken care of, and that she's gonna have a quality of life. And it sounds like, it sounds like, your family hasn't fully prepared for that, and I hope that you guys can. But just know that they need the quality of life as well. I had somebody tell me, well, there's always group homes, there's always homes for special needs people, but that's not quality. In my opinion, it's not quality of life. That's just warehousing them.
You want to know something? I pretty much was in that kind of space my entire life, from 2002 all the way up until 2019 of last year, and then some people even often ask me, like, was I ever taught properly? Well, basically no, because growing up, I was my dad got custody of me and my brother in like 97. From 97 until about like 2002, I was living with my dad at the time, but around like 2002, my dad started finding other services for me, and that's when he found like a service to like put me in a temporary group home aspect, and but while still being able to live with him. And in 2003, when my dad was having seriously alcohol problems, my auntie from Minnesota had brought us to her house, and she accused me of doing something to one of her twin daughters. And then from there, I was transferred to a group home, pretty much for 24/7 for 17 days, not 17 days, 17 years straight, because I was put in so many different kinds of services. I was in a group home with other roommates. I had a social worker. I had pretty much different types of services. And in 2008, I was court appointed a guardianship / conservatorship. And the guardianship was what really threw me from being able to complete stuff in life. And I didn't even know what the hell that was in like 2008 when I got my first ever job. And when they gave me my first paycheck, I kind of often wondered where is the rest of my money going. And when they told me about like having a conservator, I didn't know what the hell that was because I was still growing into my adult. But my dad was never there to teach me properly. He basically wanted to just get rid of me. And people always tell me, why don't I know those cues? Why can't I keep my volume at a proper aspect? Because if you guys notice just through this stream, there are times when my volume is at a high volume, and people ask me why I can't control my voice. Why can't I control the volume of how I speak? Well, everything that I have a problem with as a 30-year-old, my dad was never there to teach me. He basically put me in so many services. And what was the but as I was saying, he basically put me in so many services. And in 2003, when I was put into a group home permanently, that's where it began to change for me, and it definitely took a different direction. But the people that were there in the services that I had done more to help me than my dad ever did. Still, my dad would be able to take care of me like a kid would.
And that your story is the exact reason why, I kind of, back when I was ready to collapse, overwhelmed, it kind of reinvigorated me, and it drove me to do better and seek out a better path for my daughter. And I started to look into how to help her build her abilities to be more independent. I don't like my daughter. I make her do just about everything, even though she struggles and it takes longer. She's taught me patience. I taught her everything else. Tracy Arth over here said she works as an aide for special needs adults, and that not every group home is bad. And I totally believe that. I understand that 100%. But you have to prepare special needs, individuals before they become adults, so that when they are adults, they have a quality of life to where they can understand when right and wrong is happening to them. And, I can't stress it enough. It's my biggest fear. I'm going to die before she's prepared.
And the other thing that I want to say is that having a person who is like your daughter or myself getting a quality of life is all about giving the person opportunities to know that they can do it just like everyone else. But you want to know something? From 2016 until 2018, I've tried asking my guardianship / conservator to give me an opportunity to do certain things. Like 2016, I wanted to finally go back to working and get a job again, but she didn't think I was ready to go back to work. In 2015, when I wanted to take my first ever trip by myself on an airplane, I went with my dad on a trip in 2012. And then when I was on another trip in 2015, I asked her if I could go by myself this time around. She said no, that I had to have a supervised person with me at all effing fucking times. And the thing that really blew the camel back for me was in 2018, when I asked about trying to go to other places and try to broaden my horizon, and that's what she like just do it for me. And ever since 2018, I just wanted to try to do things for the better of myself. And that's why in May of 2018, I went to the court system down in Minnesota and filed an appeal for me to be restored to my own guardian. And that case went from May of 2018 until January of 2019 when I won my case finally. And since 2019, I've been just doing things for myself for the better. But I just wish people like my guardian would have given me the opportunities to try to give me a chance to prove that I can do it and make more so of a quality of life for myself. But give your daughter opportunities when you really ask for them, because life she'll be asking about why get a driver's license, wanting to try to travel by herself. Make sure you give her that opportunity, because quality of life is about being able to do it.
Well, you guys, it's been a great night, but I'm going to jump off here. I got to go in and get ready for bed and stuff. So I had a pleasure talking to anybody. Anybody who needs any support, by all means, look me up on Facebook. Anytime, I'm always available. Good night, guys.
I love your little picture at the bottom, Jeremiah. Yeah, again, Angel, I totally 100% appreciate your perspective, because, and you're so right. You're, a lot of people write special needs people off as a burden and don't even give them an opportunity to learn how to grow and have independence. And I think a lot of people, and I see so many special needs parents. I don't like to bash all special needs parents. It's just the ones that I've seen, do things stupid. It's like with my daughter's school stuff, I'm very involved in her school life, and all these other parents that I had seen, all these parents. I'm sorry, I was reading. Trump said a comment. All these other parents, they drop their kids off at school. These special needs parents, and it's like they don't talk to the teachers. They don't ask what's going on in class. They don't care. It's like an 8-hour break, and then they get their kid back, and it's like they're like, oh, I get my daughter at 3 o'clock, and I'm like, yeah, now we can go do whatever, or like my daughter, I taught her how to use the microwave. I've burnt down a couple microwaves, over the last few years. She's learned how to use the microwave. She can make simple foods. They told me she would never have the fine motor skills to tie her own shoes and to button her own clothes. So I get modified clothing that easily accessible for her, and that she can do for herself. She gets dressed on her own. She does all the things that she needs to do for herself. And I only go in when she absolutely cannot. And and I think that's what's the most important, is letting them learn how to do things to their benefit, and then help, and not help in such a way to where you're a burden, now I gotta help. Just jump in.
And because the one thing that makes people think that we're a burden is when they try to help like someone like your daughter or myself. And but the thing is that advice that they're giving to you really going to help that autistic person themselves. Because I often get advice from like my family, my friends on such, and a lot of times it doesn't really, it's helping me in any way. My last year when I was in the midst of moving to from not Arizona, from Minnesota down here to Arizona where I live now, when I was looking for an apartment, one of the places that my family member had suggested was a place called First Place Phoenix, and that's where I currently live. But at first, I didn't really want it to consider it. But after taking a look at it, it seemed like a really awesome building. But ever since living at this place, it hasn't really helped me all that much. It feels as though I'm wasting my money and time here, because the place that I'm living at is a supported living assistance building. And get this, it's $3,800 a fucking month. $3,800 a month for this freaking voting.
You know,
Yes,
it's
William.
because,
Wilma, I do have Facebook.
Angel, you know, it's because and what I've sat back and seen, anything to do with special needs individuals, the price has skyrocketed. It's because they know the state, if the state's involved, they'll pay for it. You know, it's a money grab, and I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. You know, I try to use limited, you know, government assistance, you know, as possible, because it's such a, you know, it's such a rip off and a scam. A lot of places will overcharge. You know, my daughter's bike sitting over here. I don't know if you guys can see it. My daughter's bike right there. I went through for the same exact bike through a special needs organization was $3,800.
Wow.
I went to the local bike shop and picked it up for $700.
Wow.
Because they know if the state's involved, they can charge the state whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, guys. Thank you, Jeremiah, for allowing me to come in and talk.
To answer your question, Stacy Sue Thomas, I lived in a city called Moorhead, Minnesota, back from 1995 until 2019 of last year. That's the city that I lived in. It's a city of about 49,000 people, and that's where I lived at for most of my life until I moved from Minnesota down here to Arizona last year.
Becky, thanks for jumping in here. I don't know if are you trying to find how to get out of there?
No. I was just reading one of the comments from Wilma.
Yeah.
She wanted me to add her, and I just wanted to say thanks for.
Yeah, and also if you guys can't find each other on Facebook, what we can do is both of you can actually message my fan page, and I'll connect you guys through that.
Okay, awesome.
If that makes it easy for you.
Yeah, probably because there's a lot that wanted me to add them, and I don't know who they were.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you coming in here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Not a problem.
All right, have a good night, guys.
Thanks, you too.
Good night, Becky.
Night.
Now it's down to 3.
Jeremiah, what's up, man?
I didn't do it. I promise it was not me.
It was you. I saw you did it, and I told the cops you did it. So now
Well, I already proved that a lie.
I'm snitching. We ain't in the streets. We're on YouTube. I'm snitching. So what happened with Raging Scorpion? You know, how's he been? Do you know what's going on with that?
Yeah, he deleted his channel because the ignorant asshole trolls kept coming after him. But you know, I'm not exactly sure what all's going on there. That's another one that needs a lot of support. The trolls and haters have been coming after him and his fiance, and you know,
well, hopefully he starts back up and, you know, gets back in communication. He was an all right guy.
It's just sad that people think it's okay to do stuff like that.
You know, it's that bully mentality, man. It's stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, Jeremiah, you will always be a great guy to me.
I try to be a good guy to every person out there.
It's just that your personality and your facial expressions is what makes you a good guy. I love you, man. Mwah.
Thank you.
You know, it's so funny because it's been a month or two since I've already started forgetting what's the girl's name that does the modeling in New York?
Kate.
Like it totally popped out of my head. You know, have you talked to her or any of them? I know you talk to Mama Mary and stuff like that occasionally.
Mama Mary and Abe and Rebecca, and that's it.
So what's up with Andy?
I have no idea.
Like that guy just is off the wall.
I don't keep track of him.
Man, I felt bad. Hey, Jeremiah Bond, you should come up and talk. You know, I always appreciate somebody that's in a similar situation, or to talk to me and give me insights on how other people live. Like me, I'm a very I'm a very confrontational person when it comes to my daughter. Like I expect her to be treated with respect, and whatever services that she should be provided, I'm always assuming that she's going to get that. If she doesn't, I'm very confrontational about it. So but I know the life and the struggles, being a special needs parent and having special needs family. So, and you're always welcome to come up and talk about it.
Or Nola D, or anybody out there.
Anybody, yeah.
Angel, did you see what Jimmy said?
No, not yet.
I'm putting it up here on the screen for you. It says, "You cheating on me?"
Jimmy C, no, I'm not cheating on you, Jimmy C. Jimmy C is a awesome friend of mine.
I figured that was.
Amber, what do you mean same? Are you in the same situation?
Jimmy C is a great friend of mine. He's awesome, guys. I love Jimmy C as a friend. Oh, Jimmy, great to see you, man.
But no, I'm glad that I actually did this. I wasn't gonna do a panel, and then at last minute I was like, you know what, I'm gonna fire one up and do
I
a
had
panel.
so much to say during your adoption one. I was burning up inside because I had so much to say.
Now do what?
I when you had the adoption panel up there, like I wanted to say so much. I was like, please pick me. I'm like, I'm right here. Can you see me?
Okay, so I'm going to be very, very honest with you on that. You have a totally different story than a lot of people, and we've actually talked to YouTube Watcher and I, Detroit. Us three work together running all this. We actually said that we're going to do a separate one where it's you if you want to, and if you want to do it live, we can do it live. If you want to do it on a private one, we can do it private and then post it.
And hey,
hello guys.
And hey, Alan, do you have a Facebook or Twitter at all?
So if you look at my name, that is my real name. But add the name Lee, because I have two accounts. My alt account is for when my main gets hacked. So I have Alan Lee Relford, Lee is my main, and Alan Relford is my alt. So I answer on, I'm always on my Alan Lee Relford. But Jeremiah, I kind of assumed that's what was going on. I didn't take no slight to it. I noticed Detroit was like, okay, this guy talks a little too much. He's a little too graphic. Let's go away from that and let's talk about this. So I mean, no hard feelings. I understand.
Yeah. Well, give me 1 second, Alan. I think Stacy is having connection issues. Can you hear us, Stacy?
Can you hear me, guys?
I hear you.
We can hear you now. Yep.
Good. I don't need to wear headphones then. They hurt my ears because I got ear piercings in both of my ears, and they hurt my ears when I have them in my ears.
Right.
I don't know if you guys can see them at all. A little gem, but they're really hard to put headphones in.
Yeah, I believe that one.
So how's everybody doing?
Doing fine and dandy.
This is the first time I've ever been live, so bear with me.
Hey, it's same as doing just a regular face-to-face.
Only now it's forever.
Don't even worry about the people that are in the chat. They're not even there. It's just people. That's normally what I tell people when they say, "Oh, I'm too nervous."
Bye, Nolly.
You know, Jeremiah, I have followed you on some of your trails when you were walking across the country. Did you ever make it through?
What trails?
When you were walking across from state to state, I was catching little glimpses of you walking. Did you make it through or no?
No, no. One of these days I'll make it from East Coast to West Coast.
I give you props. I couldn't walk that far. I have a severely bad back.
Is Noli leaving?
Yeah, she said she was leaving. She had to go back to bed or something. Before
Noli,
bed.
thanks for coming on here.
Hey, Alan, is your profile with like Army/military uniform?
Yep, that's me. That's me when I was young and.
Yep, I just sent you a friend request.
That was what that ding was then.
And Alan, to finish what I was saying, yes, as far as your story, you've been holding it in for so long, and you want to get it out there. So when you start talking, you go on and on and on. So for the adoption nights, when we have all these people coming up, it's kind of, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got that.
But I will tell you this: we are planning on doing something where your entire story is going to get put out there without any interruptions.
Oh God, you don't have that kind of time. But no, really, what it is, and that's kind of my PTSD in working with, wanting to make sure that I'm heard. But I really, I don't really care so much if people know my story. But if things that my life make sense for other people, maybe sometimes I can give that perspective. That's why I feel like I like to talk about things, and I am pretty graphic for a reason. I don't like to hold back because real life is graphic. So Trump said all you gotta do is come on one of Jeremiah's when adoption being talked about, and I'll talk.
See that right there? Exactly what Trump said. I could listen to Alan for hours, right? See, on the adoption panels, it's more than just one person, right? So that's why we want to do one where you actually are able to do your entire story. If you want to do that.
Well, I mean, I just like to be involved. I don't want to be the center of anything.
Right.
Me neither.
Me neither.
And I don't mean that. I don't mean it in a disrespectful way when I say that.
No, I didn't take any of it in offense. I actually, that night that I got off that first adoption panel, I was sitting there thinking like, I probably overshared way too much. It probably pissed Detroit off, but I was like, I understood why you guys, it was like, I already knew those wheels weren't working, so I understood.
You're good. You're good. You didn't piss anybody off.
I didn't see anybody that was mad.
Nope. Trust me, you would have heard if we were mad. You wouldn't be sitting on the panel right now if we would have been mad.
That's true.
I got on.
No, but you covered it. You covered it well.
Well, I got on tonight. I actually started watching you when I was in my truck on the way home from my family's Memorial Day party, and I started listening. Just it's funny. It dinged that you went live while I was driving and angry. Some guy had just pulled out in front of me and blocked me in on it as I was getting on an exit ramp, and jumped out of his car and came at me. And he didn't realize he was like 3 seconds away from like bleeding out. And I finally got the guy convinced that he should better just get in his car and go. And I was like, now I'm heated. My blood was boiling, and my phone dinged. It said Jeremiah's live. I was like, there's a distraction. So I was listening to you guys talk before I came and got on for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes.
Right, and I'm just gonna be very honest with you. It's mind blowing to me, the attention that the videos that we're doing, the attention that they're getting. Now it's not going out as far as I wanted to right now, but it's mind blowing to me how far it's already gotten, if that makes sense. And there's a reason that when we do those adoption videos, when we do those adoption videos, not a single one of them is monetized. And the reason for that is because I want people to be able to download those videos, to share them to wherever. You know, that's why I will never monetize those videos.
Well, you know, even if you did it, you know, the videos deserve the view, you know, the viewership. You know,
right?
Either or, they deserve it because there's a lot of content in there.
I understand, but see, if I would monetize them and you would download it and upload it to your YouTube channel, now you know that's does that make sense?
Yeah.
I just don't want people to think that they're going to get in trouble for downloading it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to monetize anything as far as the adoption videos.
Well, I enjoy listening to them because even though I'm sitting there freaking like, oh, I got something to say, and I don't get to say it, I still get to experience and listen to other people's, and I'm getting that interaction that I really do want.
Now, we're actually, when we started those videos, which we've only done 2 videos so far, but the first one ended up going almost 5 hours. Is
that my fault?
Way longer than we had. No, actually, we were loving it, right? And then the second one that we did, which was the other night, we were going to run that one at 2 hours, and that one went way over, right? So we're working on cutting them down to at least 2 hours, and like 2 hours max, and then have it where we can actually cut it afterwards and make 2 videos out of it.
Well,
what
happened to the 5-hour long one? I didn't see that one on your page.
Oh, it's there. Go look at it. I cut it into different videos. So it'll be the Inside the Mind of the Adoptee, I think is what it is, and then it says part 1. Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's the one. When you go in there, you'll see that at the end of every video and the beginning of the next one, they kind of overlap. Like 10 seconds, just so people can see that it was not cut. Nothing was cut out.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I was wondering where it went. It was nice meeting you, Tracy.
Thanks for coming in, Tracy. Amber said, "What made you start doing live videos?" Are you talking about Are you talking about just a regular live video, or are you talking about the adoption video? If it's just the regular videos, it's just I love staying in contact with like as many people as I can.
So, Jeremiah, are you talking about Jeremiah Raber's stuff?
Where's Detroit tonight? I'm not sure where she's at tonight. The regular, I just love doing videos that go out into wherever, right? And you get to meet a lot of new people, and then also it gives people like my fan page. It gives those people a chance to also kind of stay caught up with it. Now, right now, tonight we're streaming on Facebook, Periscope, and YouTube. But I do a lot of videos that only get streamed to YouTube. So I would highly recommend for the people on Facebook to make sure that they are subscribed to my YouTube channel so they don't miss it. They miss a lot of good videos. No, you're good, Amber. You're good.
You're good. Just make sure you come to his channel there, Amber.
Yeah, so I wanted to jump on here and talk to you, man. Like, that was some nuts stuff. Like, I was literally driving up the highway, and there was like one truck in front of me, and there was nobody behind me. And the next thing I know, somebody in a car is like flying up the highway behind me, and then I thought they were going to rear end me, but they got so close to my rear bumper, and I'm in a truck, that I couldn't even see their headlights. Like he had to be inches from my rear end. Then he scoots around me and cuts me off for like absolutely no reason whatsoever, and then he speeds off again. And then when I get to my exit, he's already, he's like on the side, like in the slow lane, going kind of slow. I passed him, go to get off the exit. He passes me again, blocks me in on on the exit ramp, and like jumps out. I'm like, what the heck? I got my daughter with me. I'm always packing, so I ain't scared, but I'm like, what the heck is this guy doing? And he's like, he's like, what the fuck are you doing, old motherfucker? I'm like, first of all, I'm not even that old. In my head, I said that.
Hey, Alan, sorry to interrupt you, but Jeremiah, I'm going to switch devices right quick. I'm going to be going from my phone to my computer. I'll be back in less than a couple minutes.
All right, sounds good.
But yeah, I'm like, dude, it's in your best interest to literally get in your car and go. And he was like, what's up? You don't want this smoke? I'm like, no, I don't. And you don't want what I got in this truck. You need to go. And finally, he like got back in his car, started moving off. I get down to the light to turn on to make my turn, and he pulls out in front of me again. I was like, buddy, I got my kid in my car. You need to leave us alone or follow me home. And he drove off. If he would have followed me home, he wouldn't have left. I ain't a crazy gun person, but damn it, don't mess with me when I got my kid in the vehicle.
Exactly. That's the last thing you want to do.
I mean, it's like midnight or whatever time it was. And next thing I know, some lunatics talking crap on a freaking highway. Who does that?
Yeah. For some reason, it did not post to my Facebook page.
Weird.
Did I see somebody else posted before?
Amber, I'm the same way. That breaking Amish and the return to Amish, it is like soothing to watch everybody else's problems.
Okay, let's try this again. It would not let me post my YouTube channel to my Facebook. It posted to my YouTube and my Periscope, but it's not posting to. Hit that subscribe button, and then there's a bell right next to it. Make sure you click on the bell, and then three options pop up. If you want a notification for every video, then be sure to hit all.
And you all know something, Jeremiah? I heard of the shows of Return to Amish and the shows that you were on, but I just have never seen them. And I don't know if the shows are on any form of streaming service like Hulu, Netflix, or Amazon Prime, because I don't know if A&E is still doing reruns, if that's the network that it was on.
They are on Hulu right now.
Oh, I might have to check your show out that you were on.
And you should also be able to find it on demand if you have that.
Ah.
So, was there any traction with the other seasons that weren't the original cast?
Was there what?
Was there any real traction with the other people? Like, it seems like the only people anybody cares about is your group.
Well, if you think about it, any show that's out there, right, when there's spin-offs with new cast members, those never do as good as the original. Never.
Mm.
Now, that's not to say that the stories that they had weren't good. It's just the originals always do better with any show.
Yeah, well, I definitely enjoyed them. Like, I went back, to be honest with you, like I had started the LA one, and I tried to go like sequentially, and I started watching them, and the new cast just completely turned me off. And then I seen the advertisement for a Return to Amish. I was like, yeah,
yeah,
bring them back. So then I got involved again, and It was so much better. I find there other people's stories, interesting in their perspective, but for the for the gist, for what drew people in, that content had to just keep coming from you, because you guys had such an interesting dynamic, and it seemed like LA tried to force the dynamic.
Yeah, that's true. And even the viewers, even the ratings on the spin-offs versus ours weren't even. Yeah, they were just way down. I mean,
just out of curiosity, Jeremiah, which of the two shows that did you like being on better? I know they were basically like on both networks, but I see from your About section that you were on Breaking Amish and then Return to Amish. Which of those two did you like doing better?
okay, so Breaking Amish, Return to Amish, they're pretty much the exact same thing. It started out as Breaking Amish. Season 1 and Season 2 was called Breaking Amish, and then they just changed the name of the show pretty much.
Oh,
So it's pretty much the same thing.
I got a thought for you. The next one should be Moving Amish. So you just take your own and create your own Amish paradise.
I'll just go act like I'm the cult leader, and I'll start my own cult.
No, you Bishop Raber.
Oh, good God. I'm running. I'm running.
That would just be keen. That would be perfect. Yeah, I remember watching them. I just waited for like some kind of explosion between you and Kate, and I was like, oh, when is it going to happen? When's it really going to happen?
I'll stay away from that one.
Well, I also had other hopes in that dynamic as well. I was like, well, we'll keep that there.
No.
But
I'm good and happy where I'm at. Huh?
Is she ever going to come back?
Who? Kate?
Yeah.
No.
She totally
Absolutely
out.
not. She's done. She's out.
Well, I mean, I noticed that I looked into her story a little bit and seen that she's pretty much established herself, completely separate from the Amish, where she's like kind of like erased that part of herself with the name change and, complete social status circles change.
There was a whole bunch of lying going on with her. It was pathetic. When you're gonna act like you don't. I just gotta watch what I say.
Don't let me fuck you up.
No. You're fine. But when you're gonna sit and lie and say, oh, yeah, I'll just leave it. Let's just say this. Her boyfriend ended up being her plastic surgeon, the one who did her.
I got the gist of that. And I think as soon as there was the air of mystery, and I knew the seasons had ended, a while back, I was like, oh, there's got to be something online. So
See, the thing is, she did not want to acknowledge that she had a boyfriend on our show, but then she tried to go onto another show with her boyfriend. He doesn't want to be on camera, right?
Breaking glass.
But yet he was willing to go onto another show with her. Well, they got cut down on it. TLC said nope, absolutely not. You want to go put your story on somebody else's thing, but refuse to put it on ours? Absolutely not, right? And the funny thing is that plastic surgeon was actually on the Dr. Phil. He was on the Dr. Phil show quite a few years ago, and he was the most eligible doctor.
Yeah, I remember reading something about that. At one point, he was the most eligible doctor. But I remember he was her plastic surgeon from the episode. And that is kind of interesting that she's seen an opportunity, or maybe he's seen an opportunity. Young girl attached to a television series. I could take this and make millions off of it. I could see that. And being an older man controlling a younger woman.
I mean, she's no longer under contract, so I can say a lot of things there. But
Amber, you picked up on that? Yeah. That would be the name of her show, Breaking Plastic.
Mm-hmm.
You should make a T-shirt. A Kate shirt. Dude, I gotta see it, man. Make a Kate shirt, Breaking Plastic. Send her one. Nick, what does it say? Nip Tuck Crapola show?
Me and her have had our rounds on social media. You know, she even went so far to say that, you know, she contacted her attorney because I was putting information out there about her, and I was like, you know what, go for it. Freedom of speech. You know, I'm not sitting here and whatever.
Yeah. So is Rebecca and Abe so like I was reading something that, you know, their dynamic was shifting now that he's a truck driver.
Mm-hmm.
Is he still doing the truck driving and stuff?
Yes, he is. He does truck driving for the oil fields, I believe, out of Texas. And they just moved from Pennsylvania down to Kentucky.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Cool. They're gonna hate it. I hate the Commonwealth states. Everything's a money grab.
I pulled up some images for you.
What the heck? My computer started talking to me.
Amber, no.
Oh man, Alan.
You know, in order to get up on this panel, Amber, I am posting a link right now, and then all you got to do is click on it, and then it'll ask you to enable your camera and your microphone. Now, if you do not enable those, it will not allow me to put you up here on the panel.
That was hilarious, Alan, of how your computer was acting a bit weird, where it like we have found you, like whatever it said.
Yeah, I have no idea. My computer's set to find all the Breaking Amish cast members, so now I know where they live. Address is found. Damn it, I've been busted. Computer snitch.
Oh man, Alan, I like you.
Good thing I don't look at any kind of porn on any of my computers. It's snitched.
You know, usually the first one to deny it is the first one who's guilty.
No, it only happens on my phone. None of my computers. Yeah, no. But seriously, no, I'm not a big thing for that anyways. But no, I try to keep these clean. Like I don't do any like crazy stuff on these computers. This is I bought this when I was in college a few years ago, and now my daughter uses it for her schoolwork. So I don't want her to click a link that takes her to needing Viagra pills or something.
Just don't let her open the box. Just don't let her open the box that shows up at the door once a month.
I gotta be careful because a few years ago when I was having issues with the school, I showed a document on, you know, like on one of my posts, and next thing I knew, I had cards and little boxes of like toys and like stuffed animals showing up at my house. I'm like, whoa, okay, this is crazy. I had to shift everything to go back to where I had to pick it up at the post office.
So Amber, yes, it's the link that I posted.
Well, actually, you posted your YouTube channel link again, not the StreamYard.
Is that what I'm posting?
Yeah.
Oh my God. There we go. The StreamYards.
Trump said, "Why ain't you up here?"
You don't want to have Trump said come up here.
Yes, I do.
No, you don't, because the stuff he says makes your mind think, and it's too late to be thinking.
Oh no, man! I like to think.
No,
Why I get
no,
those.
he actually has a lot of good things to say. Trust me.
I'll be right back.
I mean, I can't believe I was posting the daggone YouTube link. How many times did I post that thing?
I think you posted it 6 times in total, because when you post your link, it pretty much goes to every single site, or if you have to go to it individually, you pretty much post it on Facebook, the Periscope, and YouTube itself. Your YouTube link, that is.
What's going on, Miss Hopkins?
Hey, Miss Hopkins. She's awesome. I like her.
Speaking of Trump, where did Joe Cool go? Yeah, Joe Cool never came back. He got there was something else that came up. A cop watcher was actually in handcuffs, I guess, and I guess he was probably after that, which is very understandable because that's what he does. What's going on, Cleveland? How's Chelsea doing? Yeah, I saw that YouTube watcher. I saw that Rogue Nation that he's okay. I was actually watching it here on my phone.
But I just want to say this to Alan right quick. The other thing that I really get tired of, what people tell me, is that we as autistic people and people like your daughter who don't understand so-called social cues. I mean, for me, social cues were never something that was taught or grew up inside myself. So at the age that I am now, how am I supposed to learn what a freaking social cue is?
You know, you made a very valid point there. So that was another thing that I noticed with other special needs parents is they keep their kids like boxed in the house, you know, in their room all the time. They'll give them a device and say, here, learn how to use this if they can use it. Or they give them something that focuses them and keeps them kind of distracted while they're at home. And they don't, you know, they're afraid to let their friends, have interactions between those kids because either their kid, you know, the special needs kid might hurt one of their kids, or they're afraid that one of those kids might hurt their kids. So they just close them off socially, and then they go through life never learning those social cues and those skills to interact when they're around people. And that drives me bonkers. Like my daughter, I've never tried to limit her interactions. I gave her access to social media when she was kicked out of school, but I try to do it responsibly to where I monitor what people's interactions are with her. I did fail in that. People did take advantage of her. They did talk her into self-harming. They almost talked her into suicide. They tried to get her undressed. Thankfully, I've told her 100 million times, you never take your clothes off. You never do anything like that. She told them no when it came to doing that, but she didn't tell them no when they told her, go stomp on broken glass or we'll kill ourselves. So she went and did that. She could, in her brain, fathom that someone who says they're friends would make her do something that would harm herself. So she did what they said to do. So, I'm huge on letting my daughter organically learn how to communicate with people from all walks of life. Like, I have some family that are a little racist, and I've told them I'm not teaching my daughter racism. I'm letting my daughter know that all options of friends are available. There are different cultures. This is a different generation in life that we're living. This isn't freaking 1950s where that's a socially acceptable norm. It wasn't then, but it was more widely so. I'm very open about how I let my daughter interact with people, because otherwise, if I'm not present, how is she going to interact with anybody? I kind of operate, and I think we talked about this in that first adoption video. I operate on a reactional basis. Like, I react to things. I let things kind of go until there's a need for me to interact. And then 9 times out of 10, I gotta, do something stupid and talk some shit or something. But I really promote that organic communication, either social media. I let her have friends at school, even her old school that she had problems with. I let her have friendships with those. Amber, did you say you can't hear? Can you hear now?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
You can hear Jeremiah or Alan?
No.
Then how do you know to say yes or no?
Wait, which one can she not hear?
I can hear you, Jeremiah.
Are you on an iPhone? Is that the thing again?
Can you hear me, Amber?
I take that as a no.
Okay, hang on 1 second here. Let's do this. No, let's do this. There we go. Let's hope this works.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear them now?
Yes.
Are you on an iPhone or iPad or something?
iPhone.
What is it, man?
I'm
Damn,
telling you,
it's an Android, damn it.
these iPhones do this shit on here.
Well, why is it that iPhones and Mac computers are so popular to people when they're so pricey, but they are not work as great? Like you had a problem with an audio just a few minutes ago, and there's some things on a Mac that you can't do that you can do on a PC and Android. I mean, what makes them so popular? I wonder when they're so goddamn expensive.
That's why they're popular, because they're expensive. You put a price tag on them, you're gonna want it.
To be very honest, I am very new to the iPhone world. So
leave it behind.
I'm still working on it.
Were you watching when I said about the iPhones?
Yep.
So you know they're straight from hell.
They're good phones though. Their camera quality is really good.
But let me tell you something. If you get an Android like a Galaxy S9, S10, you'll have just as good of a camera, if not better.
You know, I think I would agree. My husband has a Samsung Google Pixel 4, something like that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But he has a pretty nice camera too.
I just want to address something that Jeremiah Baum said. I'm not one to shy away from talking about racism and race interaction. Like, I know I'm comfortable that I'm not a bad person and I'm not a racist, but I think those subjects, when they apply, they need to be talked about. I think me and Detroit was talking about, or has started talking about it in that adoption panel. Sometimes you have to talk about race. But that's the problem with letting the older generation kind of control some of these younger generations. They try to force some ideas that are not, they're just not a way of life, in today's society. So it sucks. But I refuse to let any of my family have that kind of influence on my daughter.
Sorry, I can't stop yawning.
Alan, I heard you talking about your daughter, and were you saying she was special needs?
Yes, she has cerebral palsy and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I have my third child is in self-contained classes as well.
I'm listening. I'm just grabbing my something to drink.
I have very, very high expectations for her. I don't want her to grow up thinking she's different from anybody else. So she herself is only 11, but has social media to keep in contact with
friends and family, and so like I totally get it.
It's a valid form of communication today. You know, kids aren't interacting face to face anymore. They're interacting on you know, and what I am so happy about is that I have a special needs daughter in this day and age, and not 25 years ago, 20 years ago, because of social media and because of text messaging, my daughter has able to communicate through text messaging, whereas she's nonverbal. So, and if you ever notice, like, I don't care, like my daughter's special needs, she's you know, she's doing a lot like math and a lot of academics on like 2nd, 3rd grade level. She's just turned 14 today. Well, yesterday was her birthday, actually. Now it's
happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to her.
I will, definitely. She's probably just now going to sleep. But yeah.
Mine's still awake.
But yeah, so like if I would have had my daughter 10, you know, or 20 years ago, or growing up in, you know, in 20 years ago, she wouldn't have been able to communicate with people. They would never have been able to talk to her, to understand her. And now, I mean, I understand where these, you know, people, like older people, like Angel, probably had it much harder back in the 90s growing up.
And also throughout the 2000s and early 2010s.
Right. Well, I'm thinking of my age. I'm sorry. but even back then, you know, technology was not caught up with special needs people the way it has today. Today, you can, like, a lot of the people that my daughter communicates doesn't even know she's nonverbal and has cerebral palsy, because they only know her through, you know, Twitter or Instagram. They only know her through text messaging. And then when she does a live video with some of these kids, they're kind of taken aback a little bit, but they've already established the relationship. So they're like, oh, you know what? It's Natalie. So, and then they act as if. But what I do want to, you know, I kind of want to scare you about a little bit, because I wish I would have known if somebody would have did this to me, is I have had to delete hundreds and block hundreds of people on Instagram from sending my daughter dick pics. Wow.
You know, it's funny you say that, because our 15-year-old has Instagram, and I have I didn't know anything about it. I didn't know how to work it. I had no idea that people could just randomly follow you, people you don't even know. And so, like, I had taken her phone, and a lot of people, you know, don't like the fact that I do invade her privacy because of what, like, just because of the way people are now, you know, it's scary. It really is. So,
and go on my Facebook page. Everything should be open and public. You don't have to friend request me if you don't want to. Go on my Facebook page and scroll down over the last year, and you'll see two situations happen. Back in 2018, my daughter was discriminated against by her. Like, I got her into cheerleading, and then the cheerleading coaches started harassing her and then tried to get her kicked off the team because of her disabilities. That created a huge stink. That it kind of went viral. And then, you know, just as that we were coming down, like, they kicked her out of school and everything, like violated her IEPs and everything. And then that's when I gave her access to social media to keep up with her friends. And I always pounded in her head, don't get undressed. If a guy sends you nasty pictures, you know, not to be nasty or nothing like that. I've had my daughter, I potty trained my daughter. My daughter seen me naked. She knows that boy parts are boy parts.
Right.
You know, she's seen babies naked. She knows what freaking penises are. And you know, unfortunately, she does know sexual nature of them because of her mom and what her mom's boyfriend did. But she doesn't know that in the home as a sexual, you know, it's freaking, you go to the bathroom. But I taught her, if these are things you're seeing, either bring it to me or delete it immediately and block them. And I'm constantly on there, and I've taken it to the police. I've you know, in the beginning I would deactivate her Instagrams, and then one of her friends would make her a new one behind my back and say, hey, here's the password and here's the account. So it got to the point where I can't stop her from getting there. I can't take the phone because that's her way of communicating. You know, she has to have that. You know, these kids are killing themselves if they don't get their communication. It's a real thing. You know, these kids, they get a wild hair in their ass, and oh, I can't talk to my friends. Well, then I know I must die. Slice. Now they're dead. So you know, it's really. What are you gonna say, Angel?
What I was gonna say is there's this channel by the name of Jubilee, and about like a month or two ago, they did the series episode. Let me find it right quick.
Well, while you're looking for that, but yeah, go ahead. If you look on my Facebook, it's Alan Lee Relford. There's an Alan Relford that's also me, but go on the Alan Lee Relford, and you'll see what I had to deal with. There was two girls who knew girls from her cheerleading team, but they were at a different school. They were in high school. My daughter was in middle school. These girls from her middle school, I guess, knew these other girls in another part of the city or the region, and said, hey, let's play a prank on Natalie. And these girls who were in high school took it too far. They tried to get her undressed for one of their boyfriends, which we now believe wasn't the boyfriend involved. We believe the girl was trying to get pictures of Natalie naked for her father.
Oh, my God.
And that girl's been missing since August of 2019.
Wow.
Then and then they talked her into eating feces, telling her that it was good for her. Everybody does it. They talked her into going outside. I drink Coke in a bottle, and they talked her into going outside, breaking a bottle and stomping on glass. If she didn't, they were going to kill themselves. And she was sending messages. She was like, "Oh God, don't do that. Please don't do that. You're my friends. You know, I love you. Don't kill yourself." And they said, "No, if you don't go do this, we'll kill it. You know, we'll kill ourselves." So she went out and did it and got 9 stitches and couldn't walk for, you know, like a month or two. You know, she was rolling around on a scooter. So there is some real sick shit on there. You have to monitor for your children. And they're attacking that age right there. My daughter was 12 years old when that started. So, you know, I'm all for, you know, our kids are our kids. When they become adults, then they get that. Then they get the responsibility for themselves. Until then, we have responsibility for them, and we know what's better. This whole generation of kids know what they want. No, they don't, because they're fucking kids.
Right.
You know? Hell, I'm 38 years old. I still don't know what I want. That's why I'm single.
You want to know something? The people still try to treat me as a goddamn kid. Even at the apartment that I live at currently, that I'm paying a huge amount of money, because times that they've done so is like just about a month ago when they forced all residents to wash their hands when they come in the entryway. Well, one of the property managers here had saw me wash my hands, and she was basically clapping her hands as it was some celebratory kind of shit. And it really made me uncomfortable. And it's kind of like a parent saying, "Yay, first step! Yay, you finally washed your hair! Yay!" I'm getting tired of people treating me like a goddamn kid, even though I do have some kid stuff that I have as a grown up that I grew up as a kid. Because I have an old Bear in the Big Blue House plush toy that I got from when I was a child that I still have to this day. I mean, just because I have the heart of a kid doesn't mean that I have the mind of a fucking kid.
And I get that 100%. And I have to constantly remind myself that even though my daughter is my baby, damn it, she's turned 14 today. What the hell am I doing? You know, I have to eventually accept when she turns like 37 that she's an adult. So... But no, you're right. You're absolutely right. You know, people need to be very conscious of how they treat people with special needs. You know, I have a friend, Matt. He has Down syndrome. He works at Kroger's. He's worked at Kroger since he was like 19 years old. He's like 27 or 28. You know, he still lives at home with his parents. You know, but people assume because he lives at home with his parents that he's a kid. He's childlike, and no, he's a fully grown, functioning adult. But he just needs some extra attention to make sure that the day-to-days get done.
And the other thing that they also try to putting me on, they'll treat me like a child, is that back when I was talking to one of the people of my apartment, they basically had to like threaten to evict me if I did not comply with the hand washing rule that they have here.
Trump said you figured that out. No, I just want to hold on for a second. I just want to address. I don't know how to say your name. Lash. I can't say that. I'll call you Sherry because hopefully that's your first name. Hold on. Let me go back up to what you said. You said my son has special needs and doesn't understand when I tell him it isn't safe to put his address online. You know, so there's a double-edged sword to that right there. Like they always tell you to teach your kids their address and their phone number. And, just in case they ever get lost, they can tell an adult, they can tell the police. But when it comes to a child like, say, my daughter, she doesn't know our address. She knows my phone number. That's all she knows. And, yeah, I've gotten some interesting calls from some losers, talking about hi, baby. And I'm like, motherfucker, you might die. So you might want to lose this number. So, but
sorry to interrupt you, Alan, but I have a quick question for Jeremiah. When Alan is done talking, Jeremiah, is there if I screen share a video that I want to show to everyone?
What was that?
I said after Alan is done talking, is it all right if I screen share a video that I want to share to everyone?
Sure.
Go ahead, continue, Alan.
So, Sherry, I'm calling you Sherry because I don't know how to say your Lash. I don't want to say it wrong, but I did. But regardless of of age, when you're protecting a child, whether it's a child or special needs, your own child, I don't give my daughter my address because I know that she would freely give it out, and that's how these kids are coming up missing. I intercepted one of her messages, several over the last year or two, but I've intercepted messages where people's like, some guy told her to go find a piece of mail. My mail, it goes from my my box outside to my car. I open it, I put it in my visor if I need to keep it, and the rest goes in the garbage. I rip it up and throw away. There are individuals out there that will try to coerce your child into finding, addresses, finding numbers. There's who was it? It was a while back, but I heard over on Fortnite there was a guy who was instructing kids to go get in their parents' wallets, to get their credit card information over Fortnite. So you got to be very conscious that people, like, how you allow interaction and the information that they have access to. You know what? I've never even thought of that. And she would love a dog. Thank you, Trump said. I will actually look into, I didn't think of that because I'm constantly afraid that if I let her even go on my patio, there was a sex offender that moved into my neighborhood. And she was out on a patio one day, and I seen this guy walking the tree line with a dog. I'm like, dude, you don't even live on this property. Go. If I catch you around here again, I'm calling the police. It's nothing. It's a child's park back here. So, but that would make me a lot more comfortable about things.
Is that he's still alive?
Yes.
Can I say hi? Wait, what? Wait, they can hear me?
Yes, they can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Ohio. No.
Oh my goodness.
So I found a comment kind of comical here. Okay, let me go back up here.
I don't think people really see.
Okay, so here's the first comment. Okay. That's the first comment.
Did Dad say hi?
Right?
No.
There's the second comment. I find that a little comical, And then they make this one.
Hold on.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, I don't know who that person is. I've never seen them, but I will. That's why I was showing that right here. That's why I'm showing that right there.
Got put your face.
Come here.
Hi.
See them right here.
You guys are fucking nuts. So these are some super Jeremiah fans here, but they're a little shy.
So to Legion, okay, I'm going to say this. If you're going to come on here proclaiming that you are the 666, that you are the all-seeing eye, then I would suggest that you do not have a Facebook page that only has 900 friends, that you would actually have, or a Facebook page, you actually have a real page, right, that is actually out there. If you actually were something like that, you would have a real page that has hundreds of thousands followers instead of 900 people. I'm just saying. I know exactly what you're trying to say. I do my research on all that stuff. Trust me.
Are you running from your kids?
No, they're following me.
That's what you need, just a nice little stick. You know, they got them at Home Depot. You know.
Oh my gosh. They're fanning.
They have kids. You don't Jeremiah have kids.
Stop, girls.
Jeremiah, are your kids and everybody living up there with you?
Are you talking to me? Or the
Yeah,
other
or
one?
her kids. I'm sorry, her kids. I know yours are in Ohio, right?
Yes.
Are they coming out to see you in Washington?
That's a long story.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
How's Carmela?
She's doing pretty good.
Good.
Doing very good. She's actually upstairs sleeping. Okay, so see this right here? My name is Demon Legion. Read your freaking Bible, then you will know who I am.
Well, I am a yam, so if you know me, you know I'm a yam. No, how does she feel about you having these long live sessions?
Oh, she doesn't care. She was. I don't know if she's watching now, but she's been watching a lot of it. Like tonight.
Does she ever join with you?
She hasn't yet. She's one of those. Even for the show, even to get her on the show, I had to literally beg her to come on. Okay, so Legion, I got a question. Legion. So since you claim to be the third eye, since you claim to be all that, right? Then you tell me exactly what that stands for. Why is there a triangle with an eye with flames on it, which is something you don't find? So exactly why? Please tell me what that stands for if you know so much about it, because I know exactly what it stands for. I know what it means. So let's see how good you are. This will test you.
Feed us your knowledge.
See, Alan, this is what I love doing. I love testing people like this.
You know how I test people? I drive around in my Ram truck with flags on the back and blare Toby Keith. America.
Hi.
No, Sarah. No trolls. No trolls. How you doing, little kid?
Did you hear? She said they're not even saying hi.
Oh, we are saying hi.
Hello.
Oh my goodness.
My sister said hi.
Oh, they're fangirling,
Wow.
Jeremiah.
Yes, they are. Totally. You're fangirling, Jeremiah.
Shush. That is shush. You
You guys are weirdos.
You're the one too
Time
much.
for you to go to bed.
I'm sleeping too.
Sounds like you're a little slap happy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell her that you watch Amish every day. My mom watches Amish every day.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
A lot is
So-
wrong with it.
So, Legion, and Grim Reaper, no, I talk to Mary every once in a while. Where's it at? The triangle is the portal we come through. Okay. And YouTube watcher, I think you're sitting there.
Ready, let's sit three.
I think YouTube watcher is loving this right here because I've had So Legion, I do see that you know a little bit about what you're talking about, but you're kind of stuck on that one thing. Okay, you're talking to somebody who has done the research. You're talking to somebody who knows what the hell they're saying. Right?
Stop.
So if you want to get my attention, you have to go way deeper than that because I know that's all I'm gonna say.
Alan, you're making these girls laugh.
It's all right.
See,
I get laughed at by my daughter all the time.
What Legion is saying on here, okay, just to be honest with every single person in here,
Go.
A lot of people should actually open their eyes and see the real truth about what.
Last nerve.
All right, guys. Well, thanks for letting me join. I'm going to get them off to bed. It's midnight here, so.
All right, sounds good.
All righty. Have a good night.
All right, thanks for coming on here.
Bye.
All right, you have a good night. But yeah, I got to be careful what I say here. Very careful here. For different reasons.
I'm sorry, I was so distracted by her and the kids. I wasn't even paying attention to what you guys were even talking about. Oh, I know the context of this guy Legion, but
Okay, so what this guy is talking about is something that I've done research on. We'll leave it at that. I've done research. We'll just leave it at that. Okay, for quite a few years, day after day after day.
well, so I don't know anything about this subject to be intelligent on it. The only thing I know about the triangle is it's on the back of my money.
Okay, so this let me call something out that I see right here. I look upon God's face and crown, right? So earlier, Legion was saying to look in the Bible, right? The Bible talks about him because Legion claims to be pretty much Satan himself. Well, if you want to bring up the Bible and then you want to talk about Satan looking into God's face, the Bible does say that even Satan can't look into God's face. Am I right or wrong? Am I right or wrong, Alan?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you was talking to him. To be honest with you, I'm not familiar exactly, so I'm listening.
Sarah, there's nobody in the queue to come in. So
you've probably done a lot more studying of the Bible than I have.
Listen, my dad's a preacher.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny how people claim to be Satan or a demon, and they say to look into the Bible, and the Bible says that even Satan shudders at Jesus' name. And here Legion is trying to pretend to be demons using Jesus' name, but yet the demons shudder at that name.
The only Damon Legion that I know is the Legion of emails I get that says Damien on them. Failed sender.
See, a lot of people would be scared, or they would be like, you know what, I'm done with this conversation. But I know way too much about this subject right here. Hence the reason why I'm laughing, because the guy or woman or whatever you want to call them is contradicting themselves.
She wants you to throw another link to the panel up. She wants to come back up. Sarah Netherton. I know what Damon is.
Well, yeah.
I don't find that person interesting at all. It just seems like they just needed attention. I don't even understand why.
I want to say so much, but I'm biting my tongue. Just for the simple fact, for the sake of the people that, I don't know how to say it. Pretty much for the sake of the people that do believe in God. If that makes sense. Hang on. I'm reading a comment here. When people see you on the streets, do they assume you are still Amish? Also, do you get people that make assumptions about that lifestyle? I haven't seen really any of your life. Okay, so there's some people that think when they see me, they think that I'm still Amish, which I don't know that obviously they didn't watch the show completely because they would know that I'm not anymore. But yes, there's a lot of people that assume. They make assumptions about the Amish lifestyle, 100%. And then some of them are kind of hard to explain to that they're wrong. I'm sorry for laughing. The people in the on the YouTube side cannot see this.
I saw that. Can they see it when you post it like that?
Yeah, they can see it when I put it up here.
Okay. Yeah, so there's an entire conversation that I'm just like completely like, I don't even know how to respond to any of that other than, sorry, my apartment's a mess back there. That's the only response I have. So what does your wife do?
Who, my wife?
Yeah.
Sleep.
So she doesn't have a profession other than sleep?
No, not anymore.
I know she was doing the donuts with you for a while, right?
Yeah, that was shit. That's been a couple years ago. And then she also worked at the airport for a little bit.
What did she do at the airport?
Baggage claim.
Okay. That's actually not a bad thing to get involved in.
YouTube watcher, I know you want me to.
I got a buddy of mine.
So,
he worked 2 days a week.
YouTube watcher wants me to go after this Legion person.
Yeah, I'd like to hear what you have to say on that too.
Well, the thing is, it's funny because YouTube watcher and I actually just yesterday were talking about pretty much all this stuff that he's bringing up. We talked about it on the phone. So that's why YouTube watcher wants me to go after him. Because YouTube watcher knows exactly what I know. Well, no, it doesn't know exactly what I know, but YouTube watcher knows, yeah. I will just shut my mouth.
Is he still commenting on the Facebook feed?
If you hit live comments, do you see the live comments on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay, you can see it there. Only the people on the panel can see all the comments from all different sites.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yard stream, it's connected to all the sites.
Yeah, no, I was watching earlier. I was watching on the Facebook stream, and I jumped over to the YouTube.
Yeah.
So Jeremiah, did she get free travel with working at the airport?
No.
Oh my gosh, man, that's one of the biggest benefits. Like, I got a bunch of friends that work at CVG. They work like 1 or 2 days a week, and they get free travel for them and their families.
Actually, hang on, Legion. Before you go anywhere, let me pull something up for you. You guys can keep talking if you want.
I think we're curious to see what you're going to pull up.
Let me see if I can. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long because the internet service isn't the greatest, but
What are your general philosophy if you won't directly comment to the Legion? So, I mean, I don't even know if this Legion really merits commenting, to be honest with you. I think it's just a bunch of trollish type conversation.
well, just hang on. Hopefully that person. Doesn't go anywhere.
And just for everybody's information, I am Mormon.
But while you guys are talking, I'm trying to get this shit to work.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep the conversation rolling, man. It got really quiet. As soon as this guy come into the chat. Sarah, where'd you go? Hey, loves Mike Piazza. I was going to say hello yesterday or the day before, whenever that was. I saw you on, I think. When did they add the clicker at the bottom of the screen? Is that something you did, Jeremiah? You're muted.
You're talking about the
Yeah.
banner that says click the link?
Yeah.
Okay, so I will say
it-
this. I will say this. What Legion is saying, right? The people on YouTube side cannot see it, but what Legion is saying, I will say that Legion does know some things. Legion is actually saying some things that are on point. I will say that.
Thank you, Trump said. I'm
But
just
does
trying
Legion believe, or is Legion actually what he says he is? Absolutely not. Not at all.
Maybe just peace on earth.
Trump said, "Can you see the Damon dude?"
You're a lot of things.
Wow.
Well, you're a lot of things, but you're not what you say you are. That's all I'm gonna say.
Is there a reason he's not coming in the stream?
No,
Are we
I'm
not
sure.
allowing him on the stream?
I don't know. I mean,
Reaper, is your family still a member of the LDS, or are they, or did they drift, or are they a part of the LDS, the FLDS, the RELDS? That movement, or became one of the founding members. So Joseph Smith's family started the church, or Joseph Smith started it. His family, when they were ran out of Missouri, the larger portion of his body of his church went to Utah and settled there, and fractured from LDS to FLDS, who wanted to, and then when they fractured in Missouri, his actual family, his wife and kids, came back to Ohio and started the RLDS. That's why I was asking if what branch they were a founding member of.
now I am the seeing eye. That's the eye on back of your dollar bill. Duh. Okay. I guess that's the only thing that's on the back of a dollar bill, right? Yeah. Not. It's more than just the triangle. There's the 13 arrows of death in the bird's claw. There's the 13 steps that go up the pyramid to the all-seeing eye. Come on. There's a 13. Yeah, I won't say anything else. See, here's the thing. When the Facebook Live ends, will you still be on YouTube? No. It's all going to shut down at the same time. Here's the thing. What people don't understand, I have done my research on the Bohemian Grove. I've done my research on the Cremation of Kerak. I've done my research on all of that shit. I know people say the Illuminati is fake. The Illuminati is not fake, okay? The shit's real. I could go on and on.
My brain just processed that completely inappropriately, YouTube watcher.
If see this right here. See, this is exactly what I mean. Okay, if we can get it back, then we bring peace on earth. Okay, well, I don't know what your peace on earth looks like, but that's not what they're after. Just so you know.
Yeah, I do that family history too, Grim Reaper. That's pretty impressive things to get involved in. You learn so much. It's kind of incredible.
Well, Legion, you have a long way to go to get rid of all the religions on earth.
Yep.
A long way to go.
Hey, we fight for ours.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Better bring your guns. We got bows and shit.
Karen, you're actually bringing up a good point there, which is yeah. But Legion, I have to tell you this: you are beating a dead horse on this channel. You're not going to get anywhere. Okay, you're not going to get the attention of the rest of the stream. So I would suggest to maybe find somebody else to try to trick into your little bullshit.
That would be something
Now-
I might talk about. That's interesting.
Now, I will say one thing though.
Trump said.
I will say one thing to this, and then I'm not going to really respond to him anymore. Yes, there is a lot of stuff. The Bible is not even a tenth of what was actually written. What you see in your Bible is not even a tenth of what was written. If you want to see all of it, I mean, travel to the Holy Lands. You'll find it all there. But and yes, I've heard it before that if you could actually read the Hebrew language, then you would look at the Bible completely different.
The Bible is a derivative of the Torah, right?
The Bible's what?
A derivative of the Torah.
That's all I'm going to say.
The Bible is written word of Jesus, but also testimony of his followers. So, and it was written after he died, wasn't it?
Now, yes. Now, I will say this. I'm not saying that I'm a religious person. I'm not saying that I'm a Christian.
But I see your little gears working over there.
That's all I'm going to say. To each their own. Whatever each person wants to believe. You see what I'm saying? I respect every single person's belief. And here's the way I look at it. If somebody believes in something, I want them to stand for what they believe in.
I'm emailing you now.
Wrong. Jesus did not write that Bible. Sorry. But anyhow, back to a different subject.
I'm emailing Trump said right now.
Oh, nice. We need to get Trump said up here.
Yeah. That's what Alan said earlier.
Trump said was emailing me yesterday, or no, earlier today. I guess it would be yesterday now because it's after midnight. Oh boy. The Facebook Live have 2 minutes left. Really?
No, she I think she thinks you have a time limit.
Is there a time limit on that? Time limit on that? I don't see a time limit. I don't know why there'd be a time limit on it.
She might be seeing the amount of time that you're on, and thinks that is it.
Only 4 hours at a time, really? Oh wow. Well, then I guess it's gonna just cut off on Facebook. And while I'm in the Facebook thing, there. There's more than one way to end it. I'm not talking about end the live stream. I'm talking about the comments coming in. I ended the comments coming in.
They're still coming in.
No. I'm talking about Legion's comments.
Oh, yeah, he started getting all Hitler, Nazi shit on there.
Exactly. I actually blocked him.
Yeah, that just turned it all the way off.
He's blocked from my fan page.
Hitler was a raging homosexual who loved pineapples.
Clearly, you're talking about little Nicky.
That's about all I know about that.
Oh boy. Yeah, it's still going. It's still going on the fan page.
Yeah.
Okay, now we'll post the link again. If anybody wants to jump up here.
I can talk. This is why I don't want a panel about me, because I don't want there to be these silences. I mean, don't be wrong. Like, I've got 38 years we could talk about. You know, it all started with this one time at band camp.
What'd you do at band camp?
I'm just joking. Just joshing you.
Was it a flute?
Nothing happened at band camp. Nothing happened at band camp with a flute.
What is the live feed about, Karen? It's about anything and everything that you want to talk about. I post the link. I post the link. I post the link, and if you want to jump on, then you jump on, and we talk about stuff. But no, Alan, as far as doing that that panel with you, trust me, there would be no pauses, because when you're not talking, then somebody else, like whoever wants to be on, I would have YouTube Watcher, Detroit, whoever wants to be on. And then also I would see if I could get not now, maybe later, to also come on, because he is one who knows more about the legal stuff when you go into the legal details.
Oh, I always like to talk about legal details because I use them to my benefit.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. He would be a good one.
The only time I needed a lawyer was when I had to do my divorce, and that was only because it was required.
No, I'm talking about, like, if you start talking about like stuff that happened with the courts and the cops and all this stuff, he's a good one to talk to when it comes to that.
Oh yeah. You know, I look back at all the destructive things that I've been involved in that was beyond my control, that was done by like the courts, the police, caseworkers, and things like that, and same such. Freaking, I could have sued them 10 times over, and I've never really held on to those things. Like, you know, I was angry in the moment, but I never really pursued them because I didn't want that to be my definition. But I'm very keen on protecting other people's. It's never been so much about myself. It's always been about, you know, standing up for example, my uncle John. He's a good guy. He's just, my grandmother coddled him, and he's just not very worldly. You know, my grandmother provided everything for him. So when she passed away, she was like, "Hey, can you help? Help." He's not special needs or anything. He's just kind of a functional idiot. You know,
Right.
love him to death, but he's just. My grandmother supported him for everything. He woke up with a pack of cigarettes and a pop. You know, didn't have to work for anything, so he doesn't know how to do that for himself. But you know, but I helped him get custody of his kid, and they lived with me, and until I couldn't handle his daughter. Like she was like 13. She was a eighth grade. Hey, eighth grade. You know, going on to high school, and she was a freaking nightmare. She took 2 days after Black Friday. I got this TV in here, the 65-inch flat screen. 2 days after I bought it, she takes a fork and goes from one side to the other, scratching it. I'm
No
looking
way.
like, I want to beat you to death. What are you doing?
What's going on, Karen?
Not much. I just found your feed and thought what you guys were talking about was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never been on a live feed. So I thought I would jump in and just say, hey.
It's just like talking to another person in real life.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And, you know, I can't sleep, so. Well, I don't sleep. So.
Like what part of the world are you in?
Colorado.
Colorado.
On the Western Slope.
Not bad.
Little town. Well, yeah, it's a lot smaller than what I grew up. I grew up in California.
Doesn't 80 take you through there, through Colorado, through a portion of it or something?
No, 80 is way north.
Is it north?
Yeah,
It might have been the southern route out of California when we came back, because I went through 80 all the way to what, like Sacramento or something like that.
Wait a minute, 80 goes along the north, up along the north, and then it cuts down. It goes down through Utah.
I thought it touched like Colorado at the top.
It might. It might.
I could have sworn that was on the map, but I mean that's been a few years ago.
The only way I know how to get here is when my husband drives.
So what you're saying is you know how to ask your husband and go drive, and then you're good.
Yeah,
Grim
pretty
Reaper.
much.
Grim Reaper in the chat. And by the way, Karen, on your screen you will see where it says live comments or live feed or something. That you can see the comments in the chat, and it'll bring up people from Facebook and YouTube, and also Periscope if they comment. The logo tells you where the comments coming from, because we're streaming to all 3 apps right now.
Do I hit chat? Because I can't see any comments right now.
Okay, so there's a private chat, which is only the people up on the panel can see. If you go to live chat or live feed or something, I'm not sure. Do you see it?
No, but that's okay.
You don't see where
What
it
do you
says
see
private live comments right beside the video? It might be below it, depending on what you're using.
And while you're looking, I have a question for Grim Reaper. Grim Reaper said applying brakes. Applying brakes to what? What's going on, Brad?
I think YouTube Watcher and Karen and Grim Reaper are pushing each other around virtually.
I tend to do that. So, where are you guys from?
Where are we from, or where are we at?
I'm sorry. Where are you at? I bet you're in your homes.
Well, actually, no. I'm in a hotel in Florida. I'm originally from Ohio. I live in Washington State, but I'm in Florida right now.
Why are you in Florida, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, enjoying the warm sunshine during the day.
Oh, okay. Well, that's pretty far away from Washington State.
Well,
The
I,
other side of the country.
I used to live down here in Sarasota, Florida, which is where I'm at right now. I lived down here for almost 10 years,
Oh, okay.
but my wife is from out in Vancouver, Washington. So that's why we live out there.
Okay. My kids and grandkids are in Tacoma.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And Tacoma would be about, what is it, 3 hours away,
Mm.
I think. Because we would be straight south from there.
Oh, okay.
I'm in the pleasant state of Ohio.
Ohio. I was just going to ask you, Alan.
Ohio. That's where I'm from. The Ohio.
Yeah,
Ohio.
I lived in California for 39 years.
I'm sorry.
Oh, well, what part?
Oh my gosh, I miss California.
I have my family was from. Well, I have family that grew up in California, and they desperately miss it. I'm like, how could you miss California? I mean, I could literally miss it by driving around it on purpose.
That's what my husband said. I grew up in Orange County.
Gotcha.
Was there a lot of lemons
Grove.
there?
What was that?
Was there a lot of lemons there?
No,
what?
there used to be orange fields.
I know, it's a joke. Orange
Oh.
County.
Sorry.
Was there a lot of lemons?
But
Well,
Alan, clearly you have not been out of the state of Ohio if you're saying that Ohio is such a great state.
You know what? I've been around the world. I've literally been to 14 countries. I partied like a rock star in 9 of them. I've lived in several different states. I've visited most. And even though I always said if I left, I'd never come back, I came back. Like my heart really is a big ass O.
No, I literally hate that state. That's my home state, and I will never go back. Never.
You know why? Because you didn't live in the ghetto. Because you're never really home until you're from the ghetto.
I guess I've never been home then.
You know what I love about Ohio? Ohio has everything. Like, I never knew people vacationed in Ohio, but people vacation in Ohio. We have everything. People leave Florida and come here because they want to experience an entire year's worth of seasons in just 1 week's stay.
And by the way, I'm going to remove myself from up here, and I'm going to come in with a different account. That way I can be on my phone and go out and have a cigarette and still be talking to you guys.
Okay, will you be back then?
Love.
Will you be back then?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'll be talking to you.
Okay, gotcha.
You'll see what I mean here.
Gotcha.
Mobile.
New to the whole live thing.
Yeah,
I'm
so
old.
Red slippers and all, Piazza.
So I'm coming in right now. You're going to see my account, this one, coming in here.
I'm old, so all this technology.
Wait a minute. What am I doing wrong here?
We got plenty of salt water. You just got to add them together.
Are you talking to me?
No, Trump
You
said.
talking to me?
I'm talking to you. No, Trump said Ohio has 0 salt water. I can't do it. I said there's plenty of salt water. You just got to add them together.
Got it.
No, so like,
I'm slow to get it there.
I'm a little witty sometimes. Sometimes.
I've
got to put up to it.
I'm very witty, except my wit, some people don't find funny because I'm sarcastic wit.
Yeah.
And sometimes don't have a filter. So, yeah.
Yeah, so, when I was in the Army, I went to, and this is responding to the chats, by the way, just so you know. So when I was in the Army, I got to see Germany very briefly. I didn't get to do much. It was kind of shitty out when we went. Same for England when we went. It was kind of shitty. We was only there for like a day or so. But I've been to, Sicily, Italy, Cyprus, Egypt, Kuwait, Iraq, China, briefly in China. It got cut short. It was a 2-week stay, stayed a week. I've been to Russia, Japan.
Wow.
I've been around.
Sounds
Fort
like it.
Bragg, no.
I've been around, but it's been around the block.
But yeah, so I was in the Army at Fort Sill, and I was in Korea at Camp Stanley, if anybody knows where those locations are. Good old Lawton, Oklahoma.
Nope. My husband was in the Air Force for 20 years. But thankfully, I didn't know him then.
The good old Chair Force.
He was kind of an ass when I married him. And it took me a long time to get that, military
it's a chip on their
mindset.
Shoulder. It's a chip. You got to knock it off.
Yes. Yeah. I always told him, I'm not his private. He's not my sergeant. I'm not his private, so don't treat me like one. Took him a while, but he got there. I kind of liked him.
I've only been to 14 other countries. Ironically, I still haven't been to Canada.
Oh, I've been to Canada. It's nice.
Never been to Canada.
Yeah?
Nope, never been. And I live in Ohio. We're like right there.
For some reason, it's not allowing me to do what I
It's
normally
because you
do.
want to have a cigarette, and that's why.
Exactly.
The Army is awesome, except if you're in a rushed marriage, it becomes your worst nightmare.
Why is that?
You have to be married for the right reasons when you're in the military, and you have to have a very solid relationship because it will test both.
So, if you got a gal pregnant, would that not be a good reason?
Hell no. I did that, and that shit ain't last. You get a girl pregnant, you send her your child support check, and you make sure you grow up in that kid's life.
Oh, yeah.
Let the next guy marry her. No, I'm just joking. I did that. So I dated my girlfriend for like 3 months before I found out she was pregnant. And so my thought was, oh, shit, I work at a convenience store. I'm 18 years old. How do I support a family off of this? And then the girl I worked with, her boyfriend was a guy who was in the Army. And he came in one day and was talking all this shit like, oh, the Army takes care of your family and does this, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like the right thing to do. I should do that. Ha, ha, ha. Yeah, so I married her, and that shit fell apart because I left a woman who didn't really love me at a base with like 10,000 hot guys in uniforms. The fuck was I thinking?
Well, Ellen,
I went overseas for a year.
You're a looker. Come on.
You know what? I was a better looking guy. Don't you be flirting with me.
I'm not flirting.
Don't you
Trust
do
me,
that.
you'll know when I'm flirting with you. That's
I'm an unhappily single guy. Okay, I like my life.
And I'm a happily married woman. You will definitely know if I'm flirting.
Okay. I'm just saying. No, but no, seriously, like, I tried to do the right thing. I was young. I was 18. She was 16. I was a dumb motherfucker. I was young, very naive, trying to do the right thing because of those abandonment issues from dealing with post failed adoptions and foster care and state care and blah blah blah. So I thought to myself like, hey, my family was a piece of shit. I'm not going to be a piece of shit. Let me do the right thing, and didn't think of the actual real world consequences because I didn't know there were any. I just thought, oh, we'll get married and she'll be a perfect wife.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
So you knew her for 3 months?
No. I knew her before then. I just knew her as my brother's girlfriend.
Oh.
Yeah. I knew her for a while.
Okay, was she your brother's girlfriend when you met her?
No. So when I first met her, she was so I didn't know. So when I first met her, I didn't know I didn't know who she was, and I didn't actually meet her. I was walking down the street, and she was probably like 13, and of course I was underage as well.
Right.
But she was I think she was like 13, and I was walking down the street one day with a buddy of mine, and some kid. Do you know the windows that you roll and they only go out like 5 inches, 6 inches?
Yeah.
Well, that's the kind of window she had, and she had it fully rolled out, and she was like, "Hey, can one of you guys give me a cigarette?" And we were like, "No, you got a quarter?" Like,
yeah,
no, I'm not giving you no cigarette. You know how much these things cost? These things cost like $2 a pack.
Boy, that was in the day, huh?
And she was like throwing rocks at us because we wouldn't give, we wouldn't give her a cigarette unless she gave us a quarter. And then like a year or so later, I came home from I had my own apartment. I came home from I think it was a job or something. I can't remember what it was. I just remember coming home, and my brother was staying the night, and he had her there with him, and that's when I actually met her. And I was like, "Man, you look so familiar." And she was like, "Yeah." She's like, "I hit your ass with a rock." I was like, "You little bitch."
Okay, so when you met her in the biblical sense.
Well, so what happened was.
There we go. That's the way a good story always starts. Let's hear it.
If you really want the truth. So what happened
I'm all about the truth.
So my brother, he's a year younger than me. It's my stepbrother, by the way. But he's my brother.
Yeah, I don't do steps either.
Yeah, he's my brother. Whatever. Fuck him. Just like my real brothers. Fuck them too. But no. So like she was at my apartment with him, and I was like, "Well, you were kind of young. You got to be kind of young now. Are you allowed to be here?" And she was like, "Yeah, my mom don't care what I do," which was true. Her mom was that much of a piece of shit. She didn't care what she did. And I think I was 17. I think I was 17. It was right before anyway, off track. And I remember telling my brother he couldn't be there with her because they were drinking. And she was like, "Oh, I'm not really drinking." And I was like, "You're really fucking drinking." And he was like pulling me to the side, like, "Can I stay tonight with her?" Blah, blah, blah. I was like, "Nah, dude. It's like, I don't need the police coming up in here. Fuck that." And I put them both out in the middle of the night. And
good for you.
Yeah, I put them on the street in the middle of the night. Underage.
Yeah.
Good
for you.
But and then like I don't know, maybe 5-6 months later, they were still dating. Kind of, they were messing around. They weren't dating. They were messing around with each other, but they were messing around with like other people too. Like my brother had a different girl he was messing around with. They weren't really serious. It was just they were a thing. And I was like, she is kind of cute. One day I was like, "She is kind of cute," and he was like, "Dude, she's on my nuts. She never fuck with you." I was like, "I don't know. I think she would. She gives me eyes. I think she will." And it kind of started off as a point to prove.
Yes.
And then 3 months later, she was like, "Oh, by the way, I'm pregnant." And I was like, "All right, well, now you got to marry me, and now you got to do all the dishes and fold all the laundry."
Wow.
I had to put the list down, just like Jeremiah did. I ain't doing my laundry. Who's doing my laundry?
My husband does his own laundry, and I do mine. So,
but yeah.
I quit smoking for 4 months. And my son and his girl, who he's known for 5 weeks, they got pregnant. That's why I'm smoking again.
Hold on, I just missed that last part because it I didn't hear it. Say it again.
My son, who
Oh.
was dating this girl for 5 weeks, they are now pregnant.
You know
So
what
that's
I
why I'm smoking again.
You know what I say to you? You hit your knees and you pray to God that she was with somebody a week before.
No, that wasn't the case. It's his.
Well, you know what? You got to look at the future for the kid, and you know you're going to love it. So enjoy the circumstance.
Hey, you know, this will be my 3rd grandchild. So, and
By him,
right
or?
now, he lives with us. So I'm happy. He's not too happy. And the girl's kind of psycho. But
I like those. What's her name?
I'll send her to Ohio.
I'm just joking. I don't need none of that in my life. I am single because I have learned a success. To be a successful male, you got to be single. You got to be single.
I have 1 grandkid right now.
Oh, yeah? How old?
She is 2, 3. I don't even know. Somewhere around there.
I have an 8-year-old and a 6-year-old. 2 girls.
My loves my.
And there's one coming. Sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry. I was just responding over here. I got a field grade Article 15 in Korea for beating up my roommate. Oh my God, it was the most miserable time of my life. 45 days extra duty. Loss of half-month pay for 3 months. Try supporting a wife and kids off of a half-month pay when I only make $1,200 a month. Jesus. Talking about an unhappy wife. She can only go to Walmart on $300 a month.
Oh my goodness.
So, can you guys keep this under control for at least 2 to 3 minutes while I go have half a cigarette?
Oh no!
Dude, by the time you come back, your computer is going to be on fire. We're burning the down.
It's the hotel computers
No,
out there.
I can't do it because Alan thinks I'm hitting on him.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking you.
Alan?
Of course, I'm joking.
Alan? Are the lights going to be off when I come back, or?
I mean, I might pause my video side. But, you know, I'm just going to be rolling down over here. If you hear some clapping sound, that's me, you know, some rolling dough.
Alan, you know that I'm a guy who visualizes a lot of things when it gets said. Please don't.
Hold on. Which rolling dough was you thinking about?
No. So I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette.
Yeah, go ahead.
You need a cigarette after that. That image.
You're probably gonna need one when I come back.
Boy, that's quick.
Woo.
Okay, Ellen, why can't I see these comments?
Are you? Hold on. Actually, are you on the YouTube right now side of the, or does it say Yard Stream?
It says
or StreamYard. StreamYard. So, are you on a phone?
Yeah.
So, if tap on the image.
Tap on my image?
Yeah, tap on the video. Does it pop up any comments?
No, I'm tapping everywhere on my phone. It has like a little chat type thing. It says chat, but when I go to it, it doesn't do anything. Live comments.
That's what you want.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but soon as I do live comments,
turn your phone. Turn your phone.
Turn my phone
sideways.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I see you. Everybody just saw that.
Like I care. I'm trying to hold the phone, you know, so it's like you guys can't see how fat I am.
It's all good. We all here. I'm a chubby buddy.
No, not as much as I am. My husband recently got laid off from his job in the oil field because of COVID. And so he had to take a job over trucking.
Mm-hmm.
And I get to see him 2 days out of the month. And so I have been eating like crazy because that's my go-to.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm literally
Well,
sitting here with orange cream soda and Taco Bell.
it is a big deal because I've gained 15 pounds since my husband's gone. He's been gone for 2 months, and that's a lot of weight. So
Alan's fired because his lights were still on.
We just wanted to hear the sounds. You're looking at that light switch is a little far away.
I
About to get the
was
sounds.
going to do something, but it would have been really inappropriate. So. Sometimes I can get really inappropriate as well.
Hey, Trump said, so the issue with my roommate and me getting a Article 15 with my roommate was we were command drivers. So I was just a shitty little, ops and CO driver, but he was the Davardi colonel for 2ID in Korea. He was a driver there, and so he had a little bit more pull than me. So when I whooped his ass, that caused some ripple effects. He was out of commission for a bit.
Oh wow.
Oh, it was bad. It was so since I said it, I might as well tell the story. So 2 days after my son was born, I got a picture of my son in the mail. And well, I'm sorry, not 2 days. It was like 2 or 3 days, maybe whatever it was. It was like my head. I want to say 2 days, but it was like right after he was born. And and I was staying up late because of the time difference to talk to my wife, and I was excited to talk to her, but I was also depressed because I missed my son being born because I was overseas. And
Right.
so and he came in drunk one night, my roommate did, while I was shining my boots waiting for my phone to ring, and it was past the time I should have gotten my call, so I started getting a little upset. And he came in acting stupid, and he comes in, he's like flailing his arms out. He didn't really do anything, like he was just being an asshole. And yeah, 2ID, yay, Indian head. And he was flailing his arms, talking about some stupid thing out off base at one of the bars, and he knocks this picture off my shelf of my son, and it broke the glass and scratched the face of the picture, and I was immediately I was like,
yeah,
it exploded. So I got up and I shoved him, and I still had my boot in my hand, and he slapped me. And to me, like, first of all, whoop my ass with a closed fist. Don't ever fucking slap me.
I was kind of
have the fucking respect to punch me in my face.
That's a girl move.
Slap the shit out of me, and that was it. I had this boot in my hand that I was just shoe shining, and I crushed him. Like I punched him with the boot on my hand. So he caught the heel of this solid rubber freaking boot to the face, and it freaking rocked him back. He fell on his bed. I grabbed him by his throat, freaking threw him on the floor, started stomping on the side of his face. It was bad. Crushed his teeth right here. His teeth was touching his the roof of his mouth. It like messed his mouth up real bad. He was out of commission.
Wow.
I deserved that Article 15. I lost control. And he ate his teeth, literally. Like, 2 days later, we're in the DFAC. They separated us, obviously. We're in the DFAC, and I hear someone say, like, dude, your tooth just fell out your mouth. He was eating a breakfast, like something like sausage and gravy or whatever, because it was the only thing he could eat. And I guess when he pulled the spoon out of his mouth, one of his teeth came with it, and someone was like, dude, your tooth just fell out. I was like, that's what that fucker gets. Come in there fucking slapping me. Son of a bitch. Slap me. Fuck you. But yeah, that's what happened, and I kind of deserved the trouble. I didn't hurt him longer than I could. It took me to contain myself. Like, I didn't just freaking belligerently beat him until, I couldn't any longer. I just, like, once I realized what I was doing, I was like, fuck, I shouldn't have did this. Like, you all right, man? I'm like, you all right? Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. He was no longer a driver. I was no longer a command driver. We had to switch units. He was in and out of doctor's appointments. He had to have, like, they had to pull a bunch of his teeth, and he ended up with dentures. It was bad.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah. But I mean, what kills me is the military, they literally pound it in your brain. Blood, blood, blood. Blood makes the green grass grow. Kill, kill, kill. Kill without mercy. Then you want to kill a motherfucker, and they're like, we're taking your pay now. We gonna need some of that money back.
Yeah, you guys and fists, I tell my son all this. Use your words.
I did use my words.
Followed with your hands.
Right. I use sign language.
Well, that's one way.
Got my point across, didn't I?
Oh yeah. Yep.
No, that was like the beginning of the end for me. Like, after that, like, I love the military, but right after that, the dynamic, I started to pay more attention to what I like my focus in the military, like if I was going to stick around or if I was going to stay in, or if I was going to ACAP out, and and also my relationship. Like, I remember that night sitting at a freaking MP desk. I called my wife, like, I might be in some shit, and I know, but when you got freaking 3,000 soldiers pent up, sexually frustrated, can't get out and do nothing, freaking, you can't fuck him, so you might as well beat his ass, shit. That's why we need more co-ed. No, but seriously, like, I totally, like, looking back, like, he was actually a really good guy. I totally regret what happened. He was a good roommate. He just tended to get drunk and act a fool.
Yeah.
And then he fucking slapped me. That right there was like the straw. Like, I was pissed. Yes. I was pissed, but the slap is what, like, freaking just did it. But yeah, like, there's so much pent up testosterone and freaking, male hormones just freaking raging in those situations. It's hard to control yourself when you're already separated from your family, separated from your life, separated from the America, and then you're kind of caged in. Well, you can fuck on. I mean, not if you're married, because then you're crossing legal boundaries. So even if you are gay, you're married, so you're gonna get in trouble. So you can't even do that then.
I don't know. Was it don't ask, don't tell when you were in the
Yeah,
military?
It was.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, my husband's older, so it was not passed yet. Thankfully, he's not gay.
Well, the military is a great thing for, in my opinion, for either if you have a well-established marriage, and like everybody knows what they're getting into, but it's not. But it's a single soldier's game to begin with.
Yeah, it is.
It's very hard to That's right. Woohoo! Yeah. It got dark. I don't know what hole was what. Shit. I might have been taking a piss. I might have been fucking somebody. Oh well. No, but seriously, like, you know, Trump said if you've been to Korea, you know about the Katusas, man. Them guys are kind of suspect. They'll look at your penis while you're showering.
By the way, in 10 minutes, I'm going to shut this down because it's already 10 after 4 right now. And I'm trying to keep my eyes open. So we'll go another 10 minutes.
No, it's 10 after 2.
Yeah, where you're at.
It's 10 after 4. Oh, that's right. You're in Florida right now.
That's right.
What time is it in Ohio?
10 after 4.
Oh, you're in the same time zone.
Yeah, he's directly south.
Yeah,
you know,
geography was not my not my thing.
Grim, you know what? I over the years, I've actually wondered about him. You know, like he really was a pretty cool dude. I had a lot of internal stuff going on back then. That you're goddamn right. They are freaking. Trump said they are suspect. They walk around holding hands. They'll kiss guys, but not girls. And that's the whole kit and caboodle. But it's a cultural thing. Like it's not a shameful thing for two men to walk down the street holding hands. Best friends do it. But yeah, I've actually often wondered, how he fared after that, because several weeks later he was moved off post to another unit, and like a month or two later I was returning back to the States. So I don't, I often wonder. I mean, he was a pretty good dude. His name is so common, I can't even look him up on Facebook. His name's Michael Johnson. He's from Gainesville, Florida. I still remember where he's from.
You probably just traumatized him for life.
I mean, we were young. We were only 18, 19, I think. We were young.
Oh, that's funny.
I bet you every time he eats corn, he'll remember me.
Well, he has to slice it.
He's got to stand in on the side and go shoot.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's funny.
What's gonna be funny is if one day he's actually watching this video, he's like, "That son of a bitch." He's one of your YouTube followers. Hey, if you're out there, you remember me, hit me up. You remember the name. I know you do. I miss you, buddy. Not as much as you miss your teeth, but I miss you.
You guys are really funny.
Sorry. I do that when I've had 3 cans of pop.
Pop.
You're definitely in Ohio. Trust me, in Ohio they call it pop. Everywhere else they call it soda.
Yeah, I call it soda.
That's because this is America, and everywhere else is just the other parts of America.
Okay. Now I'm in the know.
All right. Well, it's been a fun one. You helped me out. I was so pissed when I tuned in on my phone while I was driving earlier, dude. I was so pissed. Like, you don't even understand. I was like freaking belligerently pissed. Like, I was in my truck like, fuck, shit, son of a bitch. I should have just shot the cocksucker. Like, I was pissed. And I was like, and I heard that ding. I was like, all right, distraction time. And you literally brought me all the way down. So thank you for that. Probably saved somebody's life tonight, Jeremiah.
You're
Way
welcome.
to go, Jeremiah.
Look, you're saving lives and even in Ohio.
Hey, you were supposed to come on here.
That's right. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to get up here.
You're welcome. Karen, so
Yes.
you saw this video because somebody shared it?
No, I just hit live video and you came up.
Oh wow.
Wow, dude, you were like top of the list.
Close to, yeah.
Fallen.
I was getting
now,
tired. What was that?
So now you just need to follow me on Facebook.
Yeah. Absolutely. You guys are hilarious, and
Mine's easy. Mine is easy to find. Just punch in my name, and it's a verified page. Has 43,000 people on it.
Jeez, oh. You're a
famous.
popular dude.
He's famous.
What's Jeremiah? What's your last name?
Raber, R-A-B-E-R.
Oh, jeez, I knew that. Duh.
Did you get my email? Trump said.
No, I didn't get it.
No, that's what Trump said.
That's what it looks like right there. If I can get it to focus. Hang on. This is autofocus shit. Probably won't, but you can see it right there. 42,000 people.
Yeah.
As a blue check mark.
Wow.
How do you get a verified page? I want a verified page. I want everybody to know you're really Alan.
Be a public figure and you'll get a verified page.
I'm gonna be a public figure. Watch. I'm gonna go out there and I start walking around in my Darth Vader costume until people start noticing me.
Well, Jeremiah, you'll have 4,201.
42,000.
Oh
Get
my
it right,
gosh,
lady.
42,001. Wow. That's a lot of followers.
See, this is what I love, Alan. People who come on and have no idea. No idea. You'll see it once you get to that page, Karen. You'll see it.
Okay. Well, I'll definitely follow you. I probably won't jump in a whole lot because I just like listening. But there is like hardly any people on there because I don't have anything really relevant to say.
And if you follow my YouTube, then if you subscribe to that, I go live quite a bit on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
See, right now we're live to. I'm actually live on YouTube, right? And then I'm streaming to. I have it set up where it streams to YouTube, Periscope, and Facebook all at the same time.
Oh wow!
And earlier we were holding like 80 people, 80 to 100 people.
Wow, that's a lot.
Back when
You're a celebrity. That's celebrity status right there.
My best so far was I had a couple thousand people watching my video about my daughter. I was like, shit, now I need the money to match his fame.
Well, yeah, I would imagine that would be a lot freer.
Let me see something here.
You don't have anyone to answer to.
Let me pull this up.
I'm debating on
Have you ever seen that?
Breaking Amish.
No.
Do you know what that is?
Me?
Breaking Amish, yeah.
No. I can see that. I would imagine you're leaving the Amish community, breaking Amish, or is that not right?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's on TLC.
Oh, yeah, I've seen a couple of those.
And who's in the picture right there?
Wouldn't that be you?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, I think I've seen you on TV. Did you go to like New York or something like that on one of your...
Now it's not focusing, but yes, on season 1 we went up to New York City and I was doing cab driving up there.
Didn't you party your arse off?
That's kindly put. That's a nice way to put it.
I saw you. Wow, and now I'm talking to you in person. Well, not in person, via the net. Wow, you are a celebrity.
No, hell no, hell no. I'm just a person. I'm just a person who's well known. That's it.
I don't know. You've been on TV.
Hey Jeremiah, before we cut off, I want to give you the opportunity to save my neighbors. What I hold in my hand is about 11 packs of firecrackers, and should I throw these up on their porch?
Should you do what?
Should I throw them up on their porch and scare the shit out of them?
When? Right now?
No.
Yes.
No.
You want to be my angel or my demon?
I would say no.
Ah, man, I'm doing it anyways. Just so you know, never gonna listen to it.
Just get a paper bag, shit into it, and then add a little bit. Take that paper bag and light it on fire right in front of the door. Knock on the door, and they'll open the door.
Really
fire hazard, man.
No, listen. Then you light the paper bag on fire, knock on the door, and you run away. They'll come out. They'll see the fire. They'll start stepping on it, stomping on it, trying to get the fire out, and all shit will go.
Yeah, that's been so played out. I mean, do people actually really fall for that anymore?
Hell yeah, they do.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Are you allowed to display fireworks on your channel without an age?
I don't know.
I won't display them, but I will use them here shortly. Dude, I hear them all night long. They're probably still awake.
If you're gonna do that, you better record it. Prop a camera up somewhere that will record it, and then post it to YouTube.
That's how people get in trouble. So,
No.
Did you see that? Did you see that video where the I guess supposedly the woman like murders her husband on TikTok?
What?
It was some shit that come across my stream recently. Anybody out there in Raberland see that?
TikTok pisses me off. I mean, it's nothing but a bunch of millionaires making money from doing stupid shit. I mean, I'm happy that they're making the millions of dollars, but for God's sake.
I don't do TikTok.
That thing's dumb.
I don't. Why? I don't.
I don't do TikTok. I don't do Reddit. I don't do Discord.
I do those when I'm playing Fallout 76. And that's all.
I will go on Reddit just to look something up for for clues that this game I play.
Now, don't get me wrong. I have a Reddit account, but I just don't know how to use it.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Discord, I've been on Discord, I think 30 seconds at the max. Have no account, nothing. Somebody just sent me a link and said, join us on Discord. I was like, yeah, because it's somebody I knew. 30 seconds in, I was gone.
I've never even heard of Discord.
It's a bunch of junk.
I'm not in the know. I'm definitely not in the know. I'm old. Technology eludes me.
Well, I know what TikToks are. Me and my daughter do them occasionally. To me, they're just another means for freaking pedophiles to reach children, I swear.
Very much.
Because TikTok used to be what TikTok is called now is TikTok, but it used to be called Musical.ly, and Musical.ly got shut down for being an open access for pedophiles. They shut down and opened back up as TikTok. And it even says buy Musical.ly on it, I think.
Wow.
That's crazy.
I know what it is. I've seen it. It's just a whole bunch of crap.
Yeah.
People doing short videos of stupid things. And
Well, you guys have a very great night. I'm about to go enjoy me some Taco Hell and some soda. And you guys have a great night.
hey, let me be the angel on your shoulder. Don't do it.
No.
Listen
So
to
the
her.
thing to hold that whole scenario is, whether there's an angel and a demon, I'm still going to do whatever I want to do.
Alan, listen to her. The only way I'm going to tell you to do it is if you have a camera propped up and you're filming it.
See, I can't do that because that's evidence. In my brain, I would do that if I didn't think that would lead to me getting discovered as the person who have done that. Because they wouldn't think I'm the responsible person here. They wouldn't think I did that. They would think it would be the people down the way.
But you don't have to post it right away. Just keep it for a while and see what happens. See if the cop get called. If you don't get called, then you post it. Or give me the send me the video.
We're under the COVID rules, so that would fall pretty low stream for them. So I would be sweating for the next couple of days whether or not I'm in trouble. You're right. Pixar didn't happen, which means it didn't happen even if it did happen. They got drunk and set their own power off.
Hey, just send me the video and I'll post the daggone thing.
But
there
you
you
guys
go.
have a great night.
He's like, screw this. I'm not even talking about that one.
I want to let you guys know, America.
America.
Oh, man, you had me worried there for a second. I wasn't quite sure what you were going to show.
Oh, he wanted to see the dough.
You missed it already. You missed the show when you went off to, smoke. So.
Yeah.
Shit. But no, Karen, if you subscribe to my YouTube channel, you'll see me go live like quite a bit. At least every other day. Or I try to at least every other day.
Yeah. Well,
So,
I will definitely
I
pop
don't-
in. You guys
when-
are
when I-
very you're funny, and I like your vibe. You guys have good vibe there.
Good. That's what we like.
All right. Well, it was
Anyhow.
nice chatting with you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna
too.
Try and fall asleep.
But
So-
yeah, I'm gonna jump off here and hopefully you have a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. You too.
All right, sounds good.
All right. See you. Bye.
Yep. Bye. To answer Grim Reaper, why is there any support for adopted people in the Amish community? Yes, Amish people. I mean, well, I should say yes and no. There is some support to a certain extent, but not that much. The Amish and Mennonite people actually have adoption reunions. So let's say you're adopted or your family adopted a kid, the entire family, like they have people from all these different states coming together and spending a day or two together. But other than that, I mean, that's about the only time you really get to have open discussions with other adopted kids. But yeah. The hell is that? I can't even see what that is. But anyhow, I'm going to end this. Hopefully everyone has a good night. And if you're just waking up, hopefully you have a good day. So like always, stay positive. Keep looking forward. Because that is the only way you're ever going to get anywhere. Until next time. Peace.